Hi, I'm John Allen of Bloomberg News, and welcome to the Bloomberg Google Hangout from the U.S. Africa Business Forum. We're going to be here all day, business and government leaders from the United States and Africa, and we are welcoming, happy to have join us, Steve Cashin, the CEO of Pan-African Capital Group. Steve, thanks for joining us. You're leading off today. Set the table for us a little bit in terms of investment in Africa. What's the continent look like today for investors versus 5 or 10 years ago, and what do you think it's going to look like in a few years?
Jonathan, first of all, I want to thank Bloomberg Philanthropies and I want to thank the administration for organizing this conference. I think this is a terrific testament to the opportunity that exists across Africa today and to the opportunity that we are looking at in terms of the continent today for the future of investment. The opportunities across the continent are vast. You have a huge growing middle class. You have governments that are much better governed than they have ever been governed. And you have opportunities for American investors in the financial services industry in which we specialize, natural resources, many areas within the growing middle class, and a range of other opportunities that just didn't exist on the continent in the past decade.
So can you talk a little bit about that balance of resources versus the financial sector, infrastructure in terms of investment? One of the things that we've heard a lot coming into this conference is that there's a movement in some of the African countries to get away from extractive resources, and particularly I think for some investors to get away from extractive resources and more to technology, infrastructure, financial services. So
Jonathan, getting away from extractive resources is difficult. If you have a continent that is driven by extractive resources, I think the issue is more how you leverage those extractive resources. The drivers of the African economies are oil, mining, other natural resources. The issue is how you enhance value for the products that are extracted and how you leverage the capital that you gain from those extractive industries in terms of building the economies across Africa. And I think you are starting to see that today in a way that you've never seen before, where there's huge investment in education, there's huge investment in the retail sector and manufacturing sector that did not exist before. And more than you've ever seen before, you've seen infrastructure investment today in a way that didn't exist over the past couple of decades, primarily in as much as the types of investors in infrastructure are changing from the development finance community, which we have to thank enormously for their continued support, but to the private investment community. And you see increasing names like your own, Bloomberg, at the table that just were not at the table before, and who can be a huge asset in terms of growing the infrastructure that will be needed to grow the rest of the continent over the next generation. We see an Africa moving from very much the Africa of the nation state and the political state to broad-based regional economies, which are allowing for broader-based infrastructure investment over a number of countries. In addition, we're looking at the financial services industry, which has to have a more regional regulatory environment in order to grow. And the recognition that African states have of the need for regionalization in order to reach scale is beginning to hit home.
And in terms of that stabilized regulatory environment, can you get specific with that? I mean, what safeguards need to be put in place for that regional growth to occur and to be managed in a responsible way?
I think that you've got 50-odd countries across the continent, 50-odd regulators across the continent, and how many different members of parliament does that mean? You've got an economy across the whole of the continent, which is the size of India's economy. But it's broken up into 54 different nation states. In order to really scale, I think you've got to look at regulation in the infrastructure space, in the financial services industries, and in other industries that standardize the way people invest and the way people operate. As it relates to the banking industry, there is no bank in Africa that is of the scale of any of the European banks. There are none of the banks that are in the top 100, even the largest banks. And there's no regional regulation of the financial services industry. The African Development Bank has begun to introduce products that are more regional, disciplines that are more regional, but they're not a regulator. And there's an opportunity for the African leaders to begin to explore different core regulatory environments that could help to scale the rest of the continent.
I want to talk to you a little bit about a couple of countries in particular. I know that you're pretty familiar with Ellen Sirleaf in Liberia. Can you tell me a little bit about Liberia beyond what we're reading in the headlines today about the Ebola outbreak, and where Liberia is today versus maybe 10 years ago or so when she came on the scene?
I was lucky enough to be hired by Ellen Johnson Sirleaf about 30 years ago when I worked for HSBC Equator, and she was my boss for many years. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf is the demonstration of the fact that leadership matters and democracy matters. She took over a failed state almost 8 years ago. She has brought about a transformation that is quite spectacular. Children have all gone to school without seeing a gun for the last decade. There is investment in a range of different industries in Liberia that did not exist for the past generation. U.S. companies, ExxonMobil, one of their largest investments is in Liberia. Ourselves investing in the financial services industry. This would not have happened without the leadership that Ellen Johnson Sirleaf brings. And she's bringing it in a very fragile state. People have lived under the barrel of a gun for their whole lives. And more recently, you see this plague of Ebola, which is extremely difficult for a country like Liberia or the whole sub-region to be able to deal with. But her leadership has brought a structure to dealing with this plague that I think will bring this under control within a very short period of time. And to be fair, the U.S. government has been enormously helpful in terms of assisting in that effort.
If I could move across the continent, I know you're very familiar with Tanzania. I think you served as a Peace Corps volunteer there many years ago. Tell me a little bit about Tanzania's development. Seems to be one of those growing areas.
Tanzania is one of the largest countries in Africa. It has the potential to be both a breadbasket for Africa as well as a natural resource basket for Africa. It is located sort of on the East Coast with a terrific coastline and is part of the East African community. Again, Tanzania, Kenya, Rwanda, Uganda, more and more into Ethiopia, have a potential to scale up in a way that their economies can grow enormously. I think that Tanzania's growth really is stymied by politics. And as you focus more on the economics versus the politics, you're going to see considerably more growth.
And one last thing, maybe a little bit more for the American audiences, you sit, if I'm not mistaken, on the board of the Georgetown Foreign Service School. What are today's foreign services officers like compared to the past? Where's that headed? It seems like there's been some transition over the years into how we train our foreign service officers.
I don't know who got you to ask this question, but the focus of my role on the board of Georgetown's Board of Visitors is to introduce a new way of training our foreign service officers and a new way of training our young people engaged in international affairs. Georgetown has recently launched something called the Global Human Development Program. The Global Human Development Program, which is led by a close friend of mine, Steve Schwarzman, is a program which has a more applied training for our foreign service officers and other officers who are other young people who are going to be working in international affairs, where they are trained not only as economists and political scientists, but more practical, defined training, where they have finance background, accounting background, and more specialized training, so they understand more specific targeted areas that can be applied globally. And so we're looking at an area where being a total generalist I don't think works anymore. I was brought up as the son of a foreign service officer, and I think we're living in a very different world. And so focusing on more targeted training in both financial services as well as financial and administrative services, as well as the broad-based economics and political science will prepare our young people for the future a whole lot better.
And we'll all get to see how that works out. Steve Schwarzman, CEO of the Pan-African Capital Group, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll be back soon with more from the U.S.-Africa Business Summit and the Bloomberg Google Hangout. Welcome back to the Bloomberg Google Hangout at the U.S. Africa Business Forum. I'm Jonathan Allen. I'm joined now by Maurice Templesman, the head of Lazar Capital International, and someone with a great deal of experience in resources in Africa, diamonds in particular. I wanted to get your thoughts on how Africa has changed over the years and where you see it headed, particularly when it comes to gems and other resources.
Well, I think if you step back into history for a short time, the period of independence is, roughly 50 years. And I think you've had many changes. You've had economic changes. You've had political changes. And I think above all, you're also beginning to see generational changes. There's a younger generation, a newer generation that is coming into position of governance. And there's been certainly an expansion of middle class, but I think there are great opportunities that will be coming up, and what in essence is an expanding potential market and a good place for investment.
And as someone who's invested successfully in a continent that's had great volatility over that period of time, what's been the key to that success? What's made your investments better than others, safer than others? What's your assessment of risk and reward there?
Well, I think that's an excellent question because like everything else, investment is a balance between risk and reward, and you make a judgment call. But the word investment sometimes is simplistic because you think in terms of capital. Investment in Africa, in addition to material capital, requires, in achieving the right balance between risk and reward, is human investment. I would recommend to all those who seek long-term investment in Africa to make sure that their team on the ground is energetic, young, open-minded, and politically sensitive, or sensitive to the cultures in which they have to live. But the human factor is particularly weighty in that part of the world, and for basically a very simple reason, and that is the institutions are so young and not well set, so the human contact, the human relationship, the capacity to anticipate a problem before it arises is critical in terms of the balance between risk and reward.
And what are you looking for from this conference? What do you want to hear more about? What are you excited about in terms of opportunities in Africa? Are there particular regions, particular industries that you're looking at?
You know, I think the important thing about this conference is the fact that it is taking place, because it is a recognition that there is a maturity in that particular market, in the particular relationship. And like every geographic market, and one has to be very careful not to call Africa one particular thing, because there's a great deal of variety there, as you know so well. So you have to basically make sure that there is this human relationship, this human contact, and the fact that it's taking place is a recognition that the commercial side of it and the economic side have now reached a level where, since we're based on the private sector, each one of the investments, each one of the deals has to be individual ones, and each company pursues its own, hopefully enlightened self-interest. All this does is simply emphasize that this is a normal, mature, growing market where those who are somewhat adventurous can seek benefits.
Historically, U.S. investment in Africa has been very small. It makes up a very small proportion of the foreign direct investment from the United States. What's the competition factor there right now as a man of the world? Who is the United States competing against in terms of trying to have influence both in sub-Saharan Africa and in North Africa?
Well, I think that the Made in USA label, if you talk about manufacturing, manufactured product, is still a valuable thing. I think you compete, obviously, with historic relationships, the old metropoles, the old colonial powers, who now have commercial relationships, whether it's UK in the English-speaking areas, or the French in the Francophone areas, or the Portuguese in Angola and Mozambique. There's a historical bound that's competition. You certainly compete with the new arrivals on the scene, the new powers like China and India. A renewal of Japanese effort, because it was very, very active, and then it sort of petered out. But I would say right now, our competition in terms of raw material sourcing and is principally China and India, and we have a particular niche, as a country. I mean, and I think there's room. I also don't think it's a zero-sum game. I think competition is good, and each country can contribute the things that it does well at this point.
There's been a lot of talk about moving away from resources, trying to move toward financial services, telecommunications, all sorts of other things. How realistic is it to think that there will really be a move away from that? It seems like there are so many resources, whether you're talking about mining or drilling.
No, I think there will be, simply because you have an increasing middle class, you have increased access or participation in the rest of the world. And take, for instance, your communications. There's a whole chapter of telephony that was kept in Africa. I mean, the cell phone and the way they're dealing with it has certainly opened up the continent for communication. The airplane and the cell phone have done more to open up the African continent for Africans as well as outside investors, and that's still there.
Have you made any decisions with regard to this summit in terms of increasing investment in Africa that you care to share?
Not particularly, since ours is sort of an ongoing pattern, but we're glad to see the summit, because I think, in a sense, as I said, it's a reaffirmation that this is both a market, a geographical area, and relationships that we as a country and we as companies should try to pursue to the best of our abilities. And I come back again, the important thing is, the only thing I can come back and emphasize, the human capital component of the investment package is extremely important if you hope to achieve success at this point.
Maurice Templesman, thank you so much for joining us here at the Bloomberg Google Hangout. We'll be back shortly with another guest. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, and best of Bloomberg.
Thank you. Take care, sir.
Thank you. Good to see you. Welcome. Bye.
Joining us now at the Bloomberg Google Hangout at the Africa Business Forum, U.S. Africa Business Forum, is Irena Stennett, who heads up Bloomberg's media effort in Africa. Can you tell me a little bit about what it is that Bloomberg's trying to do in Africa, particularly in terms of training journalists?
Yes, sure. We launched the initiative, Michael Bloomberg launched the initiative in Johannesburg in February earlier this year. And essentially the Bloomberg Media Initiative Africa's goal is to build capacity for business and economic reporting on the continent. And we see that as a way of improving transparency, governance, and accountability. And so we have decided to focus on 3 of our Tier 1 countries on the continent, Nigeria, Kenya, and South Africa. And we have assembled a consortium of 6 universities, 3 business schools and 3 journalism schools. And we teamed them up with one of our star reporters in Cape Town. And they are going to distinguished faculty from these 6 universities are going to work with Robert Brand, who is one of our colleagues in Cape Town, to develop a financial journalism curriculum that is going to be heavily focused on data analysis. Because one of the things we uncovered when we started our research late last year in Africa is that while there is a strong media presence in Africa, both international and national, what we did uncover is that there is a deficiency in the ability for African journalists to do in-depth business and economic coverage. And you know how important that is to Bloomberg as the Washington bureau chief. It's really the core of what we do. And so we spoke with faculty, civil society, philanthropists, number of media owners on the continent, and discovered that there was that deficiency, and maybe Bloomberg, given that this is a core part of our business, could really help to improve the capacity. And so we're working with these leading universities to build a stellar financial journalism curriculum that we will offer through executive training to mid-career journalists in Africa. We'll also make the content available online by 2016, and then by early 2017, if the program proves to be successful, and we think it will be, we'll expand it to other countries on the continent. In addition to the executive training, we're going to roll out a fellowship program, and we're doing that in collaboration with the Africa Leadership Initiative. And let me just say that the executive training program, our program partner there will be the Gordon Institute of Business Science, which is a part of the University of Pretoria in Johannesburg. And then the 5 other universities in the executive training program are based in Lagos and Nairobi and Johannesburg. We're aligning ourselves with the Africa Leadership Initiative to develop a fellowship program for senior media leaders, and then we're also looking to build capacity at the university level by offering internships and scholarships to students that demonstrate an interest in financial journalism.
So how many people are we talking about in terms of the executive training, the fellowships, the scholarships? What's the whole set of people who are being trained by this initiative?
That's a great question. For the executive training, we want to train 300 journalists a year. This is an initiative over 2 years, so each of the 6 universities are required to train 50 journalists. We're also going to reserve seats for leaders of civil society in the media space, and for government officials who work for ministries of finance, ministries of education, public information, who may want to deepen their knowledge and understanding of financial journalism. And so we hope that by the end of 2016, we will have trained 600 mid-career professionals in media. The fellowship program is a much smaller cohort. It's 48 over 2 years. And the scholarships and internships, we hope to collaborate with media organizations in Africa. We're in conversations with the Nation Media Group, with the Mail and Guardian, the Nation Media Group in Kenya, and the Mail and Guardian and City Press in South Africa, with the hopes that Bloomberg will partner with possibly 7 other news organizations to roll out an internship and scholarship program specifically geared to financial journalism.
Well, Irena Stennett, thank you so much for joining us, telling us about the Bloomberg media efforts there in Africa, with the first 3 countries, Nigeria, Kenya, and South Africa. Hopefully, as you said, expanding in 2017. Really appreciate the work you're doing for Bloomberg, of course, and hope to see you again soon.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the opportunity to talk about the initiative.
And we'll be back from the U.S. Africa Business Forum with a little bit more of the Bloomberg Google Hangout. See you later. and we're back in Bloomberg's Google Hangout Nerve Center at the U.S. Africa Business Forum. I'm John Allen with Bloomberg, and joining me now is Milena Hiley, the CEO of ePulse. Milena, first of all, I got to ask you, what's the vibe of this conference right now? You've had some time to spend here yesterday and now today, early in the morning. What's it like for folks who haven't been able to make the trip here?
Sure. First of all, thank you, John, for having me on your studio. It's actually very exciting out there. You have folks that are CEOs, business leaders, thought leaders, as well as heads of state, individuals representing civil society, NGO. So it's really a mix of different interests that are represented at this forum. There's a lot of great ideas. There's a lot of optimism. And people are also asking, okay, how can we use this as a stepping stone to do great things and build better relationships between the U.S. and Africa. So it's an exciting place to be. And
you were born in Ethiopia, educated at the University of Virginia here, 2 degrees, I think, from the University of Virginia.
Yes.
For young folks who come from Africa to the United States, what's the key thing, and particularly Ethiopia, what's the key thing you sell about investment in your home country when you talk to folks, and why Americans should be investing in Ethiopia and more broadly in Africa?
Sure. Particularly if we start with Ethiopia, it's 90 million people. I think it's a great market. It has resources, it has diversity in terms of what it offers and the types of investments. In addition to that, not only being a great market, I think that it is a great gateway to other cities in Africa. So it could be a pit stop to if you're going to Kenya or South Africa. So it has become a hub really for any activities in East Africa. So it's a very attractive place to be. If you step back and look at Africa as a whole, I mean, we're talking about 55 countries.
Right.
So it's very hard to say and be very prescriptive about the investment approach. But I would say
it's not monolithic.
It's not exactly. So I always refrain from referring to Africa just in one block, but really looking at the context of each country. Because there's nuances and uniqueness that each region and each country has. It's very important to study each of these areas and then make those investment decisions because of the uniqueness. They all bring different things to the table, and if you're a U.S.-based investor, I think doing the due diligence and really understanding the local culture, going in there with an open mind and an open heart. At the end of the day, you have to love, in a sense, the area that you're working in. So I think it's a very exciting place to be. I think there's a lot of innovation coming out from the region, as we can see in telecom and banking. So I tell folks, pay attention. It's really something special.
And speaking of telecom, mobile technology,
sure.
You're CEO of ePulse, using mobile technology, which is very advanced in a lot of countries in Africa. In fact,
sure.
talk about leapfrogging the sort of landline telephones, the old school stuff that we had here into the cellular era
sure.
and mobile era.
Sure.
Tell me what ePulse does. I know you're still working on some of the details, not ready to roll it out entirely, but
sure.
what will ePulse do? What does it do?
Sure. ePulse is an initiative to provide market data on global entrepreneurial ecosystems. Our initial focus is urban markets, urban corridors in developing economies. This actually all started by when I was actually studying the mobile landscape in Kenya, in South Africa, particularly what was happening in mobile financial services. This is a very exciting industry because it is disrupting a cash-based economy. It is disrupting how we provide products and services to consumers and users who probably wouldn't be aware of that these products and services existed. So it's an inclusive really industry because it's bringing all individuals into an area where they probably wouldn't have had that exposure. And so I think this is a very exciting industry, not only just because you're in telecom, but if you look at health and education, folks are getting access to all these innovative ways of learning and innovative ways of conducting services, innovative ways of access to health. And I think there's a lot that the West, those of us based in Washington and so forth, to learn from these innovative models and see how we can apply it even to our own regions, even with the fact that we have sort of a legacy system. I think learning about what is happening on the ground in Africa is going to inform how we can address our domestic issues.
And what do you think, what's your best hope for this summit? What do you think comes out of here that's valuable for you on an individual level? I mean, beyond the investment that's been announced by the president today, $14 billion. On a personal level, what do you hope to get out of it?
So I've already been getting a whole lot out of it. I've been meeting some folks that I read about in the paper, and they're sitting next to me and having great conversations. Again, it's about capitalizing on the optimism that we see today, and how do we institutionalize that so that I can come back to you in a year, John, and say, well, we had that conversation in August of 2014. Look how far we've come, and these are sort of the outcomes that we've had in terms of U.S.-Africa business relations. If we can measure and see the outcomes, I think then there's momentum behind it. People will buy it, there'll be more investments. And so that's really my hope, is building on the activities that we've had today, the commitments, the enthusiasm, the optimism, to actually have some tangible outcomes in a year, 2 years, 10 years from now.
And last question, if folks go to Addis Ababa, what do they have to see or do?
Well, where should I start and how long do you have?
Do you have a shout out for somewhere in your hometown, something to do or see that's...
It's really going to be based on an individual's interests, but Addis has, I think, a variety of options, whether you're into the wildlife. You have to, of course, get away from the city a little bit, but if you just step back and look at Ethiopia as a whole, there's, Lalibela, the great... one of the, I think it's called the 8 wonders of the world now. Those are very exciting scenes. If you step out of the city, the landscape completely changes. You get more in touch with the more of the savannah, and I think that is what makes Ethiopia interesting. But Addis in itself has a variety of options, whether you're the nightlife, whether you're into culinary. So I'd say first go there, step back, take it in, and then I think you can just build your own experience from that.
Milena Haile, thank you so much for joining us.
Absolutely.
CEO of
Thank you,
ePulse.
John.
I know we're going to be hearing a lot from you.
You're going to have me
future.
back in a year, so.
Yes, we'll have you back. We'll keep in touch with you. You can tell
Absolutely.
us how ePulse is developing.
Absolutely.
Great.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, John. I appreciate it.
And we will be back shortly from the U.S.-Africa Business Forum. This is the Bloomberg Google Hangout. Right in the middle of the action, the ballroom. We got the CEOs here. We've got the heads of state here. And in a moment, I think I spot her off camera right now, Congresswoman Barbara Lee of California. So we'll be back in a moment. Welcome back to the Bloomberg Google Hangout in the heart of downtown U.S.-Africa Business Forum here in Washington, D.C. at the Mandarin Hotel. I'm joined now by Congresswoman Barbara Lee of Alameda County, Oakland, Berkeley, and someone who's an expert in Congress on the continent of Africa, on healthcare in Africa, now serving on the State Foreign Operations Appropriations Subcommittee, and somebody who's really been involved in a lot of the fights over the years. I got to ask you about healthcare in Africa, in particular HIV/AIDS. President Bush, on his way out, with your help as co-author of the legislation, put together the PEPFAR program. I think it was actually a continuation of some existing work that was going on. How is that going now? We don't hear as much about it over the last few years. How's that fight going? Bring us up to date a little bit.
Well, I tell you, it's going very well, and I really am happy to be with you this morning because you were there when we were doing this legislation, and I want to just give you a little history about this. When President Bush was elected, the chair of the Congressional Black Caucus was then a great leader, Congresswoman Eddie Bernice Johnson. So we visited President Bush over at the White House, and I had worked on HIV and AIDS on the domestic front, and had worked with my predecessor and my former boss, Congressman Ron Dellums. So I was placed on the agenda to pitch the whole issue of HIV and AIDS to President Bush and why we needed a global response. And that began the whole work on PEPFAR. And then in December of that year, we wrote to the president and asked him to lay out in his State of the Union what a global response would look like. And I still have that letter. It was very wonderful because every member of the Black Caucus signed it, and we laid out the framework for PEPFAR. And then in his State of the Union speech, he announced it. So we were very proud of that moment, and we continued to work on the legislation with the White House. Great example of bipartisanship. Then worked with, once it got out of the House, worked with Senator Kerry and Senator Frist in the Senate to get the Senate involved and engaged in it. And so we have seen many, many people, lives have been saved. Millions of lives have been saved. The rate of infections are down, but there's a long way to go in terms of achieving an AIDS-free generation. One of the issues now as an appropriator is the funding, making sure that given the economic constraints that we're in, this, I say still recession, and the fact that there are some who don't want to spend any money for any foreign aid, we have, to maintain the momentum and scale up. Otherwise, I think we could go backwards. It's really a defining moment.
Do you worry about, with all the talk of investment, that there might be less money in terms of development, in terms of sort of direct contributions by the United States government to African countries, or are these two things that can coexist?
No, I think they coexist, and I think it's aid and trade. We can't forget that we have to help have a foundation for healthy societies and for healthy people. You can't engage in trade and commerce if people are sick. And so I think that the combination and the coordination between U.S. investment and U.S. aid is the proper focus and must maintain that balance, because otherwise you're going to have people who have, of course, I won't say relied on, but in many ways have depended on some contribution from USAID and NGOs, not only for their survival, but for their moving forward in terms of the quality of life. So we've got to do both.
If you look at USAID's funding in 2012, last year that I had numbers for, 9 of the top 20 countries in terms of aid from the United States were in Africa. So that it sounds like what you're saying is that can't be something that diminishes going forward.
No, it can't diminish, and let me just say, the public really believes that we spend about 25% on foreign aid, when in fact it's less than 1%. Right. And so I hope that people understand that, one, if you think about it in a national security context, it's really key in terms of our national security. But secondly, it's very key in terms of helping countries move toward economic development and less dependency on U.S. tax dollars, because of course we're helping people and communities and nations move forward in terms of their economic, healthcare, and educational systems.
You mentioned trade, and I don't want to date you, but you've been working on trade with Africa for a long time as well. You've got a coastal area, a port there. What is the value of increased trade with Africa to the United States, to your district in particular?
It's like, first of all, when I was in the California legislature, I took several trade delegations. This goes way back to the 90s.
I said I didn't want to date you.
This is really dating me. But my first visit to Africa was 1980 to Sierra Leone. So I've been working on Africa issues for about 34 years. And so we took several delegations to Africa, and I was a member, then Speaker Willie Brown appointed me to be on the California State World Trade Commission. So I led the effort to open a trade office, first time in history on the continent of Africa, and we opened it in South Africa. Unfortunately, the trade offices now aren't there, which is a real shame because it really did encourage commerce and trade. Fast forward to today, I think it's very important that the Port of Oakland in my district in California and small minority-owned businesses get more engaged on the continent of Africa. I'm going to lead a trade delegation after the election in November to Africa because oftentimes my businesses are not able to participate in the larger trade delegations that are led out of Washington, out of the Department of Commerce. But yet many of my companies are ready. They want to invest, and especially African-American owned businesses have a natural connection to the continent of Africa. And so it's very important that California companies, even with the distance and the costs involved, really get vested and invested on the continent. Otherwise, we're going to lose our opportunities to benefit from the economic activities, but also to contribute to the development of the continent.
What do you say to folks who are worried about risk, whether you're talking about health? I mean, we just had an Ebola outbreak, whether you're talking about terrorism. Boko Haram has been all through the headlines lately. The president has designated some money for counterterrorism efforts. I think a lot of that would focus on Africa. What do you tell folks who are worried about risks in investment?
Well, there are risks in investment anywhere in the world. And I think what's important is that people assess, and we have certainly the State Department, Department of Commerce helping to assess risk. We have risk insurance. We have a way to make sure that our companies and the employees are safe, but we have to be careful. I mean, and I'm not saying this is a world that is risk-free, and so we have to be prudent in how we and where we go, but I certainly would not discourage anyone from investing or working on the continent because it's a vast continent, and in fact, yes, there are many risks associated not only with countries such as in Nigeria with Boko Haram. I mean, we've got to get these girls back, and that's been part of what we've been working on for a couple months, but we've got to make sure that people know that most countries are safe. They're ripe for investment, and members of Congress are going to Africa more and more. We see more companies going there, and certainly we want to make sure that people know that the environment is safe, and where it's not safe, we know how to make sure that people know what to do and what not to do.
Last question for you. President Obama has put together this summit here. It's year 6 of his presidency. How's he done on Africa? Where does he stand now? What do you hope to see in the next 2 years?
This is a historic summit. I mean, we've never, and I was at the reception yesterday in the Kennedy caucus room on the Senate side, and to be there with nearly 50 heads of states, foreign ministers, first as an African American whose roots are on the continent, I was very humbled and felt very proud of our president that he has moved the agenda along. Several years ago, without necessarily congressional or White House support, we held a conference. It was called Africa Matters. And it was minority-owned businesses, activists, human rights activists came to Washington to participate in that conference, led by the late Leonard Robinson. And I thought yesterday, Africa matters finally. In U.S. foreign policy, it matters on Capitol Hill. We had our leadership there. So I think this is a very historic moment. But we can't lose the momentum now. We've got to make sure that our policies, our trade policies, are what they should be, and make sure that workers are protected, make sure that workers who benefit from the business opportunities are paid fair wages, that international labor standards are adhered to, that environmental degradation is not going to take place as a result of some of our trade policies. So we have a lot to do and a long way to go. But I tell you, this president, he has moved the ball forward, and I'm so proud of what he has done, and continue to work with him on all the issues relating to the continent.
Congresswoman Barbara Lee, it is always a pleasure. I've known you more years than either one of us would like to remember. Thank you so much for joining us here at the Bloomberg Google Hangout at the U.S. Africa Business Forum. We'll be back shortly. Joining us now at the Bloomberg Google Hangout at the U.S. Africa Business Forum is President Don Kaberuka of the African Development Bank, and remotely from an undisclosed location in New England, Ambassador Simon John Simon, the former ambassador to the African Union. Mr. Kaberuka, let me start with you. There's a lot of talk today and at this summit, and I think in general, about investment in Africa. Can you talk to me a little bit about what you hope to see in terms of American investment in Africa, what metrics you look for heading into the future?
Thank you so much. Thank you. You know, for some time, the larger part of the investment flows had been into the extractive industry, is oil, gas, and mining. But since about 2007, we're seeing more investment in infrastructure, in services, reflecting the demographic dynamics of the continent. So I think opportunities are abound now. What we are doing is to work together with many friends to improve the business confidence, to reduce the risks for those who perceive them to be very high, even when some that are not as high, but also to bolster investment confidence, both for African investors and American business people.
Ambassador Simon, what do you find are the biggest misperceptions in terms of, Mr. Kaberuka was just talking about risks and perceived risks. What are the biggest misperceptions you think investors outside the continent of Africa have about African countries?
Well, for many American investors, they don't realize the really incredible growth that's occurred in Africa and in the many economies of Africa over the last 10 to 12 years. I mean, if you look at something like foreign direct investment, in 2002, I think it was about $7 billion. Now foreign direct investment in Africa is over $100 billion. If you look at the investment climate in countries throughout the continent, the top third of African countries now are among the fastest growing countries in the world and have pursued more orthodox and more sound investment policies than many of the countries in emerging and developing markets. I mean, it's a continent that has really taken to a business-first, investment-friendly approach.
Mr. Kaberuka, do you worry that the environment for development money from governments, particularly from the United States government, might be falling off at a time when we were having this encouragement of investment? A lot of our foreign policy here, a lot of the sort of public opinion makes it hard to make investments sometimes. Yet the USAID. 9 of the top 20 countries that it gives to are in Africa. So I wonder, do you worry about a fall off in development money when there's a potential increase in investment?
You know, as Ambassador says, we're at a time of narrative change. Because for a long time, the relationship between Africa and her partners was along the lines you mentioned, public money through agencies of development. Now, that is still needed for some things for some countries. But now we're talking about shifting the gear to making Africa a land of opportunity, which it is already, to ensure that we use public money as a leverage for private capital. So we understand that since the financial crisis, with the fiscal consolidation, with budget cuts, public money is limited. But even if it was increasing, the needs in Africa are so big. Infrastructure alone, you're talking about $90 billion a year. And we're looking for ways of using public money for leveraging private capital. And the leverage sometimes is in the neighborhood of 1 to 6. Every dollar of public money brings in $6 of private capital. So that is the way to go. And I think the summit goes in the right direction. It is not about African countries coming here to look for more public money. It is look for a smart way of working together between Africa's own resources, public money, U.S. institutions like Exim Bank, OPIC, USAID, and American business to increase financial flows in the continent.
Ambassador Simon, obviously not here with us at the summit right now. I wonder what questions you would be asking if you were here of your friends from Africa and your friends from the United States about what's going to come out of this summit. And I'd even encourage you to maybe ask Mr. Kaberuka a question.
Well, it's wonderful to be on this hangout with President Kaberuka. He's been a real force for some of the most important changes in the last decade in Africa in terms of making Africa more amenable to investment. I guess the most important question that I have, and it comes from my time at the African Union, where you're constantly reminded that Africa is, of course, not one country, it is 54, but it has to be one economy if it's going to realize its potential. Africa competes against China, it competes against India. These are large single markets. Yet Africa can often be divided into smaller markets where goods have a tough time crossing borders, either because of lack of infrastructure or because of rules or regulations at the border that stop goods from getting across. I mean, I would like to ask President Kaberuka, where he sees the opportunity to break down those barriers and really present to the world one market for both trade and investment.
Ambassador, that is a very pertinent and powerful point you're making. We have 54 countries, and the agenda for the single market is the most important agenda for the coming years. Now, you are right. There are some physical barriers you have to overcome around infrastructure, around power pools, but there are some soft infrastructure issues around red tape, bureaucracy, visas, free movement of people. And I do think that we need to up our act on this one to turn declarations into actions. You recall that often when you read the reports about Africa, you hear people talking about intra-African trade being only 12%. In fact, if you look at parts of Africa where the things you are mentioning have happened, like the Eastern African region, in fact, trade in the region is around 26%, which would be equal to what is happening in Southeast Asia. But because of very slow progress in Central Africa, in North Africa, the average comes down 12%. So we have a lot to do, and the African Development Bank spends about 20% of all its money at the moment to try to do the kind of things you describe. But I look forward to leaders making further commitments to turn declarations into actions to make the single market a reality in the next decade.
And Mr. Kaberuka, I wonder, what are the challenges to that in terms of bringing African countries together, 54 countries, to see a common interest as a single market, or at least more of a common market, as opposed to being competitors?
Look, just imagine if the states of the United States of America, each one of them had its own currency, investment laws, taxation laws, you had visas. It would be very complicated. Now, there is a history behind it in Africa, which you have to overcome, but there is political commitment to get things done. I do believe that what the ambassador is saying is, you have made commitments to a single market. Now, go ahead and actually do it. What I'm saying to you is that in some parts of Africa, a lot of progress has been made. Where progress is much slower, often there are some political issues, there are some diplomatic issues, but on balance, I do think that we have made much progress than we have made in the past. Where I would like to see faster movement now is about free movement of people on the African continent. It should be about arrangements of the types they have in Europe on the Schengen agreements. It will be a cooperation of financial services. It's about being able to list companies who still have challenges. I think leaders are now committed. They understand that we are paying a high price for not allowing these markets to function.
President Kaberuka of the African Development Bank, thank you so much for joining us. Ambassador Simon, former ambassador to the African Union, thank you so much for hanging out with us remotely. Really appreciate that. We will be back live from the U.S. Africa Business Forum at the Bloomberg Google Hangout here in the center of the Mandarin Oriental Hotel shortly. So come back and watch our next interviews. Thank you both, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, Ambassador.
And joining us now, Takunda Chinganzo from Zimbabwe, a State Department fellow in their Young Africa Leaders Initiative, and an entrepreneur, already starting businesses. You said you're 20?
I'm 21, actually.
21 years old. Impressive.
Thank you.
You're walking around here at the U.S. Africa Business Forum with all of these world leaders, including President Obama, who you'll be interviewing later today. Tell us a little bit about that, what it's like to be your age and having your run of the place with the world leaders.
So I won't lie, it's a bit overwhelming. I mean, there's so many important people here, people who are key to making decisions for our future. But I think it's also one of those things that gives me hope that where we're going as a continent, and even as a country in Africa, is very hopeful. It's positive because we're beginning to converse with our current leaders about issues and policies that affect what we're going to be doing in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years. And I'm pretty excited about that, getting to really pick their brains to understand how and what they think about our future.
You get to interview President Obama.
Indeed.
What do you want to know?
Well, I actually have quite a good number of issues. It's very broad because I've been chatting with a good number of people back home, back in Africa, about issues that are relating to what they're doing. We have issues to do with net neutrality. So I'm in the technology space, so you'd understand my bias towards that. We want a liberated internet. Issues to do with regional integration when it comes to policies like AGOA, how exactly we're going to achieve that. We're talking about investments in the private sector, using public and private partnerships as a vehicle for development in Africa, how that is going to be working, and how we as the young leaders in Africa are involved in all of that, So my questions are going to be on issues to do with those key things.
What did you think when President Obama was elected?
Well, I thought, my opinion on that one is a bit broad, but you see, his campaign slogan was, "Yes, we can." So I felt very hopeful for our generation. There's so many issues that have clouded our growth, our development. We've been called the lost generation by some, His election gave me hope that irrespective of our age, irrespective of our background or our history, that we all have the potential to be the best that we can be, only if we begin on that journey. It was an empowering moment for myself, I won't lie, and I'm very happy that I'm actually going to have the opportunity to interview him today and pick his brain on a few issues.
And we're going to talk to you again after that interview.
Indeed.
You'll be kind enough to join us to tell us what you found out.
Most definitely, definitely.
He apparently did not want to stop by the Bloomberg Google Hangout, so you'll have to be our liaison to the president for today.
That'll be okay.
You mentioned being in the technology space.
Yes.
You've started multiple businesses, right?
Yes, so I'm operating in the southern region of Zimbabwe. I'm working on a very interesting startup right now. It's called Sai Wireless, and we're effectively liberating the internet by creating Zimbabwe's first free internet access network.
And what is the challenge to that?
Well, our challenges are numerous. I mean, we're just starting up. Startups are still viewed as high-risk investments, so getting access to funding is a challenge. And so we've really had to try and pull our resources together in order to achieve our vision. The fact that it's new technology and we're implementing things that have not been seen on the continent as yet is also very challenging. You have businesses that are very skeptical. Clients aren't, as willing to jump onto the train, shall I say, at the very onset. And the entrepreneurial hive or the ecosystem is just at its birth, shall I say, in Africa. And we need more people who are doing these things, trying to start up, trying to delve in technology and the like.
How do you make money giving away free internet access?
So given the nature of our technology, we're actually going to be pitching at Demo Africa in September. I can't exactly go into great detail about our model. You can imagine there's a lot of competition. I mean, we're trying to give internet for free, whereas we have large corporates that are selling the very same resource. So but I can tell you that it's very, very interesting. If you're just patient enough, in September we'll give you the lowdown on that one.
Fair enough. You spent some time at Notre Dame in South Bend, Indiana. What was that like? A 6-week fellowship there? So
I can tell you that of all the universities that I've been exposed to, the University of Notre Dame was an experience like no other. I mean, the environment, it's a really it immerses you in all this knowledge, and the environment that I was exposed to there. It was that of learning things that are new to you, of embracing things that are not familiar to you, and finding their application in your daily life and in your business and in your organization. So it was very transformational.
For many years, there have been training programs, foreign exchanges with African students coming to the United States to learn. What do you think folks bring back to their home countries? What are you going to bring back to Zimbabwe from having been here, do you think?
So firstly, you see, the manner in which we're doing business in Zimbabwe and in Africa is, it has been the traditional means of doing things. And we've come to realize that it's not as efficient. So the skills that I've learned in terms of business model generation, idea validation, prior to building your actual product, those key elements that are very new in the business field are what I'm going to bring back. On top of that, there is this large network of corporates, of people working in the same space, of people who would want to invest in viable ideas that I've also been exposed to and that I've built here. And I think I'll be taking that as well back to, back to Zimbabwe and back to Africa. It's obviously going to be a bit of a challenge because I'm bringing new skills in an environment that is used to the traditional way of doing business. But I hope that given the flexibility of my team, the highly adaptable, that we'll be able to take off the ground and implement all that I've learned efficiently.
What would you export from Zimbabwe to the United States in terms of culture, education, business ideas? What could we use a little bit of?
So I can tell you that Zimbabweans we're a very peaceful nation. We're also a very hardworking sort of nation. Zimbabweans are determined to meet their end goal on a daily basis. I'm not saying that people in the United States don't have the same mentality, but I feel that Zimbabweans are more industrious in terms of trying to achieve their goals. And so that's one key element that I would want to bring here. There's also the issue of our willingness to accept different people. You rarely have issues to do with ethnic differences in society. We accept people as they are, and what we're interested in is the end goal, which is productivity. And so that's one other thing that I would want to export to the US. It is there already, but in its different form, and as well to the rest of the world. I think if we had that mentality, we would have less wars, less conflicts, and we'll have more productivity across the globe.
Did you have a lot of contacts in the United States before you came here? One thing I wonder, at 21 years old, the extent to which your generation, I'm a little older than you are, is integrated across across countries and across continents. Did you have friends here? Did you have people you communicated with here before you came here?
So I actually had quite a big network of individuals and organizations that are based here. As you said, we are the connected generation. Literally everything that we're doing now is associated with or is online, and so yeah, I did have quite a big network, and it was very interesting to finally meet these people in person to discuss business. In as much as I was connected back in Africa, you really can't replace that face-to-face interaction with people and entities. And that's the one thing that we're also trying to promote and build upon in leveraging technology in Africa. To say we don't really need to always be face-to-face. We could have been doing this whilst I was in Zimbabwe and you were here. And so that's why we really need to grow this online platform and get everybody in Africa online.
It's really interesting to hear you say that as somebody who's trying to develop the wireless technology, the internet technology and give it away for free. To say we got to meet in person, but I think that's actually what we've got here with the Google Hangout. Now we're sitting here, but we could be video conferencing, which obviously is a lot more of a sort of face-to-face. We could be using this Hangout, and we have been today, and will be later today to bring in people remotely. So it's interesting that the technology and the interpersonal are starting to mix. Takunda Chinganzo, thank you so much for joining us. We will see you later today. You're going to tell us everything that President Obama said, and more important, what he didn't say. And I'm so glad, for one other reason, to have you on set today. In the United States, there are a bunch of elections going on today, primary elections across the country, and I wanted to try to figure a way to bring the U.S.-Africa Business Forum and those political contests here together, and I found it, which is the highest concentration of people from Zimbabwe Segway in the United States is in Michigan, in the area between Portage and Kalamazoo, and Michigan is having its primaries today. So thank you for that that segue as well. I appreciate it. Very good to meet you.
No, thank you very much for the opportunity. This was a very interesting conversation, and I look forward to continuing it after the end of the forum today.
Oh, absolutely. I want to know everything you said. And thank you all for joining us. We'll be back from the U.S. Africa Business Forum on the Bloomberg Google Hangout. See you later. Welcome back to the Bloomberg Google Hangout at the U.S. Africa Business Forum. I'm Jonathan Allen of Bloomberg, joined now by Assistant Secretary of State for Economic and Business Affairs, Charles Rivkin. Thanks for joining us. Wanted to talk to you a little bit about what the State Department does in Africa. There's all this talk about investment there, and I know obviously the lead agency for diplomacy and development, we're going to have Raj Shah on later from USAID, but the lead agency is the State Department. Talk to me a little bit about what the State Department does in Africa generally, and more specifically, if you could, a little bit about the importance of U.S. businesses to American foreign policy and to creating relationships and leverage in other countries.
Jonathan, I appreciate the question, and I also appreciate being here. It's my first time on your program, and it's a pretty extraordinary event we're having right now. And tomorrow at the State Department, the 50 or more African leaders will be present with the President, the Secretary of State, and the Vice President. This is an amazing, historic event. And what I wanted to say in response to your question is, Secretary Kerry, I've known him for a while, and he has always had the philosophy that economic policy is foreign policy, and foreign policy is economic policy. And so what he did is he brought me in from the private sector. I used to be ambassador in France, but he brought me in from my post, and he brought a number of other leaders like David Thorne and Scott Nathan and Kathy Novelli to really deliver on that vision. And this is a perfect opportunity to do so.
And so how does that work? What are the goals in terms of business development? Are you bringing U.S. delegations over there? How does that work?
Well, specifically talking about Africa, and I find it interesting, the same statistics have been reported over and over again, but they're worthy of saying out loud that 6 of the 10 fastest growing countries are on the African continent, that 9 of 20 fastest growing urban centers are on the African continent, that 5% overall growth rate. America exports $50 billion in 2013 to Africa, and that supports 250,000 jobs in the United States. So the more we work with Africa, under AGOA, Africa's doubled its exports, and its exports are 4 times as big in the sectors outside of oil and minerals. So this is an amazing economy, and it's an amazing opportunity for American business and for American government.
Speaking of AGOA, where does that stand with renewal, refreshment, the possibility of South Africa, quote unquote, graduating from AGOA? Is that likely to happen?
Well, I think that Ambassador Froman and Secretary and the President have all made their statements about how important it is to renew AGOA, and I don't, it's up to Congress to do, and I don't want to get ahead of that. But I do want to say one thing about the State Department, because we were talking before we were on camera about states' activities and efforts in promoting business around the world. And I think it's not fully understood. I think that the people in the United States don't fully understand the impact that state has on jobs here at home. And I just wanted to say one thing on that front. We have an asset that nobody else in the U.S. government has and nobody else in business has, which is boots on the ground, or I should say maybe shoes on the ground, in over 200 embassies around the world, with Chief of Mission Authority and convening authority from our U.S. ambassadors, allowing our ambassadors to effectively be the head of a sales force with full interagency control. And what we do at State, I'll give you an example, is we put in place something in the last 2 years called BIDS, which is the Business Information Database System. And we're able to use our embassies in all these places to make sure we put into a database what opportunities for infrastructure investment exist. And we get those opportunities back home and into the state and local communities working with the White House. Commerce has Select USA, which drives business home. But it's up to state in many ways to shake those trees and to send businesses back that can actually make a difference. And we do that with our ambassadors. And also there's this thing we do called Direct Line, which means that our ambassadors and our senior officers are on the phone with, we've done 4,000 companies that participated in these phone calls over the last 2 years, where we have direct access to business and can tell them about market conditions in a country. And in addition to that, we're doing loan guarantees, as you know, and so many other things that can help grow business.
Right. Thank you so much, Ambassador Rivkin. Really appreciate you stopping by.
Yeah.
We'll see you again, I hope, sometime soon.
I hope so. Thank you, John.
Thank you. Take care. And we will be right back with the Bloomberg Google Hangout here in the Nerve Center of the U.S. Africa Business Forum. And joining us now at the Bloomberg Google Hangout at the U.S. Africa Business Forum is Senator Chris Coons of Delaware, a Democrat, the chairman of the Africa Subcommittee on the Foreign Relations Committee, and also, I'm told, an appropriator, the State and Foreign Operations budget, which takes care of all of our diplomacy and development dollars. Senator, I wanted to ask you, I know you've done some work on promoting U.S.-Africa relations in Delaware, not just at the federal level, but back home. What do you hope to get out of this conference?
Well, we've had an annual conference now 3 years called Opportunity Africa in Delaware. It's grown from 200 people to 1,200 people. President Clinton was the keynote this year. I'm not sure how I'll top that next year. But it engaged the business community, the African diaspora community, folks in Delaware who are interested in Africa because of their faith background and their connection because of their interest in humanitarian issues, and folks who are interested in promoting U.S. exports and U.S. business. My hope for this summit is that it will accomplish all those same goals, but on a much greater level. I believe there's already been $14 billion worth of business deals announced today. I think this is the most important day of the summit in many ways because it's bringing these nearly 50 African heads of state, heads of government, one time, one place, one day with some of our most inspiring private sector leaders from the United States for a real conversation. For a lot of CEOs and boardrooms, this is forcing a conversation. What's our strategy for Africa? What do we do next? And for those of us in government, I hope it's forcing some attention on how do we strengthen our engagement? How do we streamline the process for those American companies that really want to invest in Africa and want to grow?
Well, let me ask, because this is private investment, right? We're talking about investment here. We're talking about $14 billion in private companies going into Africa, but you deal with the public sector side. And I wonder, does moving in the investment direction suggest that there's going to be less support in terms of aid? And how do you balance pushing American businesses to go in and invest more in places that a lot of the growing economies you're talking about also have risk in terms of, we see Boko Haram in Nigeria, for instance. So I guess those are two questions. I'll just stop there.
Well, I think the private industry absolutely has to make its own decisions for its own reasons, but government can facilitate that, can support that. That's why we need to reauthorize the Export-Import Bank. That's why we need to reauthorize the Overseas Private Investment Corporation so that those companies that are willing to take on the risk, make the investment, and see the opportunity to grow in Africa have the tools to be competitive with those who are seeking to invest from China, Russia, Brazil, India, other countries that are moving into Africa dramatically and broadly. 2 years ago, I chaired a series of hearings on my subcommittee about the opportunity in Africa and what we in government can and should do to support the private sector, produced a report, laid out 10 different points. Some of them have really been adopted by the administration. Secretary of Commerce Penny Pritzker has been terrific, a real breath of fresh air. She's doubled the size of the Foreign Commercial Service in Africa. She's led a successful trade mission to Africa. She's co-hosting today's day-long conversation about business in Africa.
And we thank her for that.
And she's done a wonderful job with Bloomberg of co-hosting today, and I think this begins the next phase of the U.S.-Africa relationship. Some of what we need to do is simply facilitate. Just an hour ago, I had the opportunity to put Jim Perdue of Perdue Chicken together with President Kikwete of Tanzania. Perdue has been in Zanzibar for a decade, but they want to grow, they want to expand, they see enormous opportunity. And they hadn't had an opportunity to meet with the president before. He was unaware of some of their opportunities and challenges and was very positive and very welcoming. I'm facilitating 2 other conversations like that with presidents of other countries while here. This helps my state, Purdue's a large employer on the Eastern Shore of Maryland and Southern Delaware. It helps our country, and I think it helps the economies of Tanzania and of South Africa and of Nigeria if we invest together.
Is there an outcome to announce from that bilat?
That was a preliminary conversation. I'm not announcing anything. I'm just saying, as the co-chair of the Chicken Caucus in the United States Senate, Senator Johnny Isakson, my Republican friend from Georgia, Johnny and I are determined to work as hard as we can to get access to the markets of Africa and to work in partnership to grow these opportunities for Africans as well.
Is there a model project that you look at in terms of public investment, private investment, American investment in Africa where you say this is something that's really working, or even a country where you think other projects could be modeled on, or the U.S. investment in other countries could be modeled on?
I had a fascinating conversation with the leaders of KKR just 2 days ago about their first large-scale investment in Africa. It was in Ethiopia, in a country called Afroflora, that's been established for 10 years, that's exporting to the European market in the cut flower space. I had a meeting earlier today with a company that has been milling flour, buying wheat in the United States, milling it in Nigeria, and producing food products for the West African market. I've met with other folks who are involved in manufacturing in South Africa just in the last 2 days to talk about their automobile sector, which exports to the United States through AGOA. There are lots of different sectors where there is enormous potential, from mobile banking to cell phones and telecom, from base manufacturing of essential products to consumer products. Africa is going to have the world's largest workforce, and I believe largest middle class in another 25 years. Nobody wants to miss the next China. China certainly isn't going to miss the next China. They are everywhere on the continent. In my 4 years as the subcommittee chair, I have visited 12 countries in Africa on bipartisan delegations. Everywhere I go, I see the Chinese, and I do not see enough presence from American business. And I hear from African leaders that they want American business because of our ethics, because of our product quality, because of our technology, and because of our relationships. This is the beginning of what I really hope is a promising next phase in the U.S.-Africa relationship.
Then we will invite you back for the next summit. Thank you very much, Senator. Really appreciate it. And we'll be back momentarily with a little bit more from the Bloomberg Google Hangout here at the U.S.-Africa Business Forum. And we're joined now on the Bloomberg Google Hangout set at the U.S. Africa Business Forum by Rajiv Shah, the administrator of the U.S. Agency for International Development. It's such a mouthful compared to U.S. aid, which is like the nice brand name. Here's our development money, aid coming in. Africa as a continent has 9 of the top 20 recipients of American aid from USAID. How important is that money in the development of various African nations, leading off with Ethiopia, Kenya, Congo, and how much of it is sort of an attractor of private investment?
Well, I think that's a great statistic because it shows America's commitment to Africa. The other statistic is that 6 of the 10 fastest growing economies in the world are in Africa. And we've really tried to blend those two realities. So today we use the bulk of our aid and assistance to build the kinds of public-private partnerships that can help transform African agriculture, power African communities, and create opportunities for Africa's entrepreneurs. And that new model of development is very much on display today, and President Obama will make some big announcements this afternoon related to it.
I heard $14 billion in investments. How much of that is coming from the United States versus from U.S. businesses? I mean, the government versus business.
Well, let me give you one example. We launched an effort we called the New Alliance for Food Security and Nutrition a few years ago, and we said, look, we need African countries to change their laws and improve their regulations around agriculture, and then we need businesses to invest and commercialize agricultural production to both move people out of poverty and to create jobs in rural communities. So in Ethiopia, we work with DuPont and AGCO and a number of other companies to reach small-scale farmers, and we're helping to successfully reduce poverty. Today we're announcing that 38 companies, most of which are from Africa, are announcing an additional $2.2 billion as part of this new alliance. And it's really an extraordinary way to leverage American foreign assistance, because we spend about $1 billion a year on this program we call Feed the Future, but we're now leveraging billions of additional dollars of private capital.
And can you talk a little bit about development and how much of it, and I apologize for not having a better metric than how much, but how much of it is dollars and how much of it is technical assistance and other forms of U.S. know-how going into other countries?
Well, it's a combination of all of those things, but our goal at the end of the day is ending poverty through growth and improved governance. And so when we work in 14 African countries to expand and commercialize agriculture, we measure, are they growing more food? Are they moving themselves out of a condition of hunger and malnutrition? President Kikwete of Tanzania just told me that when we started this effort, they were producing 70% of their food needs. Today they're producing 130% of their food needs, and we're actually buying food from them to distribute in South Sudan and some places where there are more emergency requirements. So this work can be successful if we focus on delivering results and building public-private partnerships.
Senator Coons just told me that President Kikwete was meeting with Purdue, the company here, poultry. They're interested in poultry, but that Purdue had not had an opportunity to meet with the president before. It's been 10 years that they've been in the country. Is that a problem? Do you see that as being a challenge, generally speaking, on the continent, or are there particular places where the government and the business may not be speaking to each other even though they have a mutual interest?
You know, it's absolutely true. And over the last 5 years, I'd say the big change in the way business is conducted is today there's much more engagement and dialogue between governments and businesses. And USAID is proud to often build the platform that brings companies, local and international, together with regulators and governments so that they can make the right choices. I'd also point out, though, of the countries that participate in this new Alliance for Food Security, 90% of them have effectively made the policy reforms that they committed to. Reforms like eliminating export bans for food in Tanzania, or improving the regulation of the seed sector in Ethiopia so private seed companies can today reach 70,000 farmers. That's DuPont that's doing that. Those reforms are just as important as our aid dollars and private investment to helping to reduce poverty.
How do you make a determination about whether a program's working or not, and whether it should be funded more on the basis of it not working as well as you thought it should, or funded less so that you can fund something else?
Well, just like I think many of your viewers do, we measure relentlessly and we report on real metrics. So in our agriculture programs, I can tell you that we reach 7 million small-scale farmers around the world with these types of efforts. I could also tell you that 12 million children in those families, which used to go hungry or be malnourished, today have adequate nutrition. And we know that not because we're guessing, but because we do household surveys. We study income gains for men and women. We sample and measure child arm circumference and stunting rates so we know whether children are appropriately nourished. And we're bringing the science of measurement, including satellite-based crop imagery, to ensure that our programs are delivering real results. And frankly, that data is also very helpful to the companies that want to do more in these markets.
It must feel good. Do you feel like you're doing good around the world? You feel particularly in Africa, where you've got all this money that you're giving out? I mean, $450 million to Ethiopia. Is that a job with a lot of rewards?
This is a job with tremendous rewards, because we're able to demonstrate that our American commitment is bringing companies, investment, corporate governance standards that are transparent and fight against corruption, while simultaneously helping sometimes the most vulnerable people in the world do better, not by receiving handouts, but by standing on their own 2 feet. And ultimately, that's the story of how our country developed, and it's the story of how hundreds of millions of people in Africa will join a vibrant global economy.
And we're welcoming onto the set Ambassador Patrick Gaspard, from the U.S. Ambassador to South Africa. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me on.
I want to ask you about the trade pact, AGOA, which is being reauthorized. And I know it's been a little bit controversial of late with South Africa. It's a question of whether they will graduate from that trade pact. I think that's the word that's used. Do you expect them to be treated the same in the next reauthorization, or will there be a change?
First, let me just say it's great to be on with a real leader like Raj Shah, who's quantifying our success in the field every single day. On AGOA, it's been a remarkably successful program for U.S. and South Africa. Last year alone, South Africa imported into the United States $2 billion worth of duty-free goods, mostly automobiles, that have really helped to revive the industrial sector in a part of South Africa that's really struggled over the last decade or so. So it's hugely important in South Africa, but it's also beneficial to us here in the United States. There's every expectation that when AGOA is renewed, that South Africa will be a part of that. But I have to say that given that we're here having a conversation about investment, there are some issues in the investment environment in South Africa that we continue to be concerned about and that we're going to press upon them to improve on.
So what does South Africa have to do to ensure that it's held harmless at the very least in the next AGOA?
Well, look, you know, I think that sometimes when Americans think of South Africa, they think rightly of a beautiful place like Cape Town. They think of downtown Johannesburg. That's what you see in the news. But we need to understand that there are 2 distinct South Africas. There is a very sophisticated economy in those cities, but there is also a developing, emerging, and struggling.
Too strong.
We're concerned that there are barriers that exist that are completely unscientific, don't make sense for the South African economy, and certainly don't help South African workers and disadvantage U.S. corporations. And we're working towards resolving those issues.
Mr. Shah, I want to ask you what you hope to get from this conference. We were talking a little bit before about some of the bilats that are
people-to-people private partnerships that engage American investment, but also include African companies. And through our commercial engagement, we're trying to open up markets, reduce poverty, ensure that the tremendous growth that is characterizing some of the fastest growing economies in the world is also pulling along with it the 40 or 50% of the population that lives in rural communities and may not be experiencing those kinds of gains. And the good news is we've seen it in Ghana, we've seen it in South Africa, we've seen it in Tanzania, we're now seeing it in Ethiopia. The rates of child death, the rates of child hunger, the rates of $1-a-day poverty that used to be the image of Africa are going down 6, 7, 8%.
You said there were, I think, 600 American companies. How does that affect our foreign policy and your ability to get the South African government to respond to things like feeling there are protections?
You know, I think there's a greater sense of our interdependence. Let me just say something on a personal note. It's a little surreal for me to be here at this conference. It seems that it was not that long ago that I was being arrested in front of the South African embassy asking our government not to invest in a country in Africa. And here we've come full circle where we're having this kind of a robust and dynamic exchange. As it relates to our foreign policy, I think that the growing sense of connectedness, not only on the economy, but on peace and security issues as well, just compels us to work in a more partnered way. It's true on both sides. And if you look at what's happened on the economies, I think that Americans increasingly understand that success in Africa means success for us at home as well. Look at a company like General Electric. A decade ago, General Electric was generating about $500 million worth of revenue from Africa. Today, last year alone, $6 billion in revenue generated by GE in Africa. That has compound effect in the United States. That helps American workers, helps them to grow and sustain their company as well. There are probably about 800 jobs in Kansas City that are there because of the relationship that Ford Motor Company has with South Africa. This is hugely important for middle-class workers in the States. They get it more. Our governments understand that, and it forces us to work in a more important way.
Can one of you help explain that a little bit in terms of, because you know the Export-Import Bank has become this sort of highly political football, and the idea of U.S. investment abroad has become increasingly political. And one of the questions I have, and I sort of channeling other people's questions here, if you have a U.S. company and invested in a foreign country, say GE, and, or you just use the example of Ford, 800 jobs in Kansas City, I think you said. How is that building jobs here, and particularly if we know a lot of companies that are investing overseas are keeping their profits overseas?
Well, you know, we work together on a presidential initiative and priority for President Obama called Power Africa. And we're supporting dozens of power projects across the continent using this public-private new model of development. You take a small hydro project somewhere, Tanzania, which is one we just engaged in. The turbines for that hydro project can come from Europe, they can come from China, or they can come from, you know, a town near York, Pennsylvania, where they're made by a local American company. Other countries have export banks that help improve the terms of finance for selling those turbines into these kinds of projects. And for us, the Export-Import Bank helps to play that role. So when those turbines are made in York, that's 400 jobs on the floor in Pennsylvania that helps keep communities vibrant. We work with student groups that are inventing new battery technologies to allow off-grid energy access to be successful. When an entrepreneur coming out of MIT or Berkeley or Duke succeeds by selling product into these programs, they're creating businesses and jobs right here at home.
Can you guys talk about how that's integrated within the U.S. government in terms of the various pieces? I know you probably you're one piece in various projects, and you get to see it in one country. The various pieces of the U.S. government that come together in terms of promoting U.S. Business interests abroad.
Well, that's what our ambassadors do. I mean, to be honest, through Power Africa, President Obama said, look, I want every part of the U.S. government working together to help power projects be successful in Africa so people have light to read at night and energy to start small businesses. The way that works is we all work together here in Washington. What really matters is that Patrick and his teams are presenting a common front. We're not 42 different parts of the U.S. government in South Africa. We're all working as one team, one mission, and a mission set by our president, in this case, to help improve energy access. And
Ambassador Gaspard, South Africa is one of the economies that gets talked about a lot on the positive side. When you hear about the big countries, the robust economies in Africa, and you hear about Kenya and Nigeria and South Africa. Where's South Africa headed? If you're an investor in the United States, and I don't mean give me stock tips or anything, but if you're looking at investment, if you're looking at investing in South Africa, where do you think the future is there?
Well, there's a vibrant new energy economy in South Africa. The South African government is working on building a coherent national infrastructure plan that I think presents real opportunities for U.S. investors because this is something that's going to be sustained over the long haul. South Africa's growth has not been as explosive in the last 3 years as some of the other countries that you mentioned, but they've managed to maintain the higher standards on the continent over the course of the last 2 decades.
And do you foresee some of that being hydroelectric power? I know there's some nuclear power in South Africa, but there's also some interest in I believe a dam in Congo. I could be wrong, but I'm curious. Is that something?
The Granning Dam, which South Africa is involved in intense conversations with the Congo.
Do you see that happening?
You know, I think it's an ambitious plan that we should all root. We should all root and hope that it happens because it's terribly important that we increase power production on the continent for all the reasons that Raj laid out. There are appropriate environmental concerns and transparency concerns and good governance concerns, but this is something that should accrue to the benefit of Africans, and that helps us in the long run. Just say that your questions are the right ones, but we should understand that this is not all a zero-sum game in the immediate. We should understand finally in our foreign policy what Henry Ford figured out a long time ago. All of what Raj described helps to increase capacity on the continent, and ultimately that's going to actually grow and develop consumers for some of our goods from the States. So we have to have a long-term view of these issues.
And no doubt, I think that's what a lot of the investors here are seeing. Thank you both so much for being so generous with your time. It was great to have you on, and we'll be back at the Bloomberg News Google Hangout, Bloomberg Philanthropies, Google Hangout here at the U.S. Africa Business Development Forum. We'll be back in a minute.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
I'm Jonathan Allen, back at the Bloomberg Google Hangout here at the U.S. Africa Business Forum. I'm joined now for an agriculture panel by Isaka Mashari, the head of the Tanseed Company in Tanzania, and Martin Rickenhagen from AGCO, based in Atlanta, Georgia. I wanted to talk to you gentlemen about agriculture in Africa. It's a big part of the economy. We've been hearing so much about telecommunications and infrastructure and waves of the future, but agriculture is such a big part of the African economy. Mr. Mashari, first I'd like to ask you, what are the advancements being made in agriculture in Africa right now, and where do you think things are headed?
Thank you very much. Great to be here. My name is Isaka Mashari from Tanzania. I run a seed business called Tanseed International Limited. So we do business, especially seed business, and we are particularly interested in maize and rice because those are major crops in the country, and also they provide huge opportunity for business. And in regard to advancement in agriculture generally, yes, in the area I work, there is a lot of investment, especially on the research, to have a new and better maize and rice varieties, and that actually are addressing serious production problems. Yeah, we have maize varieties that are drought tolerant. You know, climate change is here, and so with this drought tolerant maize, and we work actually with the SEMITI researchers, international researchers, and they have developed very good varieties with a high level of drought tolerance, and those drought-tolerant materials actually do produce high yield, and in case of drought, actually they provide as an insurance, so it protects from total loss due to drought.
And what are the effects of climate change that you're already seeing?
Yes, we are seeing there are a lot of weather variation. Rain, some start late, some start early, so it's difficult time planting, and so these drought-tolerant maize actually they perform well under drought stress, and also even much better under optimum conditions, and not only production issues, but also they have good quality. Especially for processing, but also those products they have actually good traits for consumers, so they provide benefit along the value chain.
And Mr. Rickenhagen, tell me a little bit about what AGCO is doing in the continent right now, and what why the investment in Africa. Certainly, there's a lot of agriculture in the United States. Why?
Yeah, AGCO is a Fortune 300 New York Stock Exchange listed company. We manufacture farm equipment, everything a farmer needs. We have a multi-brand approach to business. The famous brands we own are Massey Ferguson, Fendt, Valtra, Challenger, and GSI. And we not only do farm equipment, we also produce silos, we produce installation for chicken and layers, eggs, and so on. So we were thinking about everybody is in China today, everybody is in Russia, everybody. We are market leader in Brazil with 50% market share for many, many years already. So the job of management is to think about future markets. And so when we looked around the world, actually I was thinking about Africa, and I figured out that I needed some help. And I hired a young man from Somalia, Nuruddin Osman, who basically helped me to understand the continent of Africa. Because when some Europeans or Americans would think Africa is a country, but it's not a country, it's a huge continent. There are 1 billion people living right now. The population within the next 25 years will double. And this is, of course, a huge opportunity on one hand. On the other hand, also a big task to basically get into better food security. The good news for Africa, for the continent, is that Africa owns 80% of the world reserves in arable land, including water, including the right climate. So that means, like any other country in the world, Africa, I think, should start to invest in farming before even thinking about industry, like we have done in America and like we did in Germany or in Europe maybe 200, 300 years ago. So I think farming comes first and industrialization comes maybe in parallel or later.
What do you think about that, sir?
Yes, farming, I think it's the first thing because especially if you consider that population in Africa and the whole world is increasing, and this provides a huge opportunity for agribusiness due to increase the population.
You can see how polite Africans are.
What do you hope to get out of this conference? Are you planning any announcements of new investments that you care to share? Or
yeah, we have already invested. We are the only manufacturer who has a factory already in Algeria, where we assemble and manufacture Massey Ferguson tractors. Mm-hmm. We have a parts warehouse in South Africa because of transportation logistics, because it's not enough to just only manufacture and sell equipment. You also have to service it. Mm-hmm. And after-sales service in our industry is very important. So a farmer doesn't want his combine to break down during harvest. And then
I thought maybe the products were so good they never needed to be serviced.
Oh, well, like every product, it depends also on how you handle it. And this is why we also have invested in what we call a demonstration farm in Zambia. So we have 400 acres of land we bought, and we turned it into a state-of-the-art modern farm where we can invite people and we can train people on how mechanized farming is done. So when you think about what basically improved productivity and yield in farming, it was fertilizers, the right seed, and farm equipment, so mechanization. And what we do is we not only have our farm equipment there, we also have people there who can talk about fertilizers. We have people there who can talk about, soon you will get an invitation from me, who can talk about the right seed, because it's a science. So farming is not just, it's an art, so to say, and you need to learn it, and that is what we want to do also.
Sakum Mashari, thank you so much for joining us. Martin Rickenhagen, thank you so much for joining us. We'll be right back at the Bloomberg Google Hangout here at the U.S. Africa Business Forum. We're joined now from the State Department by Ambassador to Ghana Jean Kretz and Charge d'Affaires Eric Wong, who represents the United States in Madagascar. Welcome, gentlemen. Appreciate you joining us on this Bloomberg Google Hangout from the U.S. Africa Business Forum.
Good morning.
Ambassador Kretz, let me start with you. I know you've spent a lot of time in Africa, in Libya as well as Ghana and some other places. What does the Africa of today look like versus 10, 15 years ago? And I know we're talking about a lot of different regions, a lot of different countries, but if there's sort of one overriding theme, and maybe there isn't, what would it be in terms of the direction of Africa?
Well, I think if I think the perception that we've had in the United States, and certainly among American businesses, is an Africa of disease and conflict and poverty and all the nasty things that befall mankind. So, after my years in Libya, and certainly now after my experience in Ghana, it's a vital, vibrant place, full of opportunity, full of people with desires and ambitions, people who want to be connected to the world, people who want to have a better lifestyle for themselves and their children, people who want to have American technology, who want to be close to the United States. So it's a very vibrant and just very a challenging environment, but certainly a very vibrant and creative one.
Mr. Wong, Madagascar is a continent away from the United States. That is to say, you have to go all the way over the African continent to get there. I think a lot of Americans don't necessarily know a lot about Madagascar. What is the state of U.S. investment there? What kinds of U.S. companies are in Madagascar, and where is that headed?
Madagascar is going through a sea change right now because there was a military coup d'etat in 2009. And as a result, that really stymied a lot of foreign investment, created a lot of perception of political risk. Thankfully, there was an internationally observed election in 2013. The United States, the European Union, the African Union all lifted sanctions from Madagascar. Before the 2009 coup, Madagascar was exporting about $250 million in clothing and textiles to the United States. Companies like Gap, Levi's, Jerash Jeans were making clothing in Madagascar with AGOA, the African Growth and Opportunity Act. That was suspended after the 2009 coup, and just a few weeks ago, the White House announced Madagascar's restoration of eligibility for AGOA. So textiles is one area. Petroleum is another. There's a lot of interest in the Mozambique Channel, possible offshore blocks. ExxonMobil is one of the companies active here in Madagascar. There's also some interest in what rare earth metals Madagascar might have. So it's a fourth largest island in the world, about 22 million people, and a variety of different potential.
Ambassador Kretz, I wonder at a meeting like this summit, both of you gentlemen are at the State Department right now, I wonder what goes on around it. What are the kinds of meetings that are going on for folks like yourself, other officials in the State Department, Commerce Department, White House? Can you set the scene a little bit for me?
Yeah, well, we have the basic, the official events where the White House is very heavily invested. But around this, you have several dozens of, maybe even hundreds of events where business people are looking to get together with other business people to talk about potential opportunities. You have very vibrant discussions going on among NGOs in terms of the future of Africa. How do you deal with issues such as climate change? How do you deal with a generation bulge, a very young generation that's coming to the fore? How do you deal with questions of transparency, better governance, et cetera? And then, of course, there are just the bilateral meetings that take place between officials of the U.S. government and their counterparts with these delegations. So the place is just brimming with activity wherever you look. Yesterday, for example, President Mahama of Ghana was at the GE Power presentation, where the talk was of what is the future of power in Africa, and what are the potential for American investment there. So this has really been an all-out, across the spectrum kind of presentation by America at its best: government, NGOs, companies, business, investment, et cetera.
And Mr. Wong, you just brought up political turmoil, certainly one of the risks of investment in particular African nations. In some nations, there's no real risk as far as political turmoil, but we see that in various places. You've talked a little bit about the risk and also about the opportunity. How should American investors and the American public look at risk and reward in Madagascar specifically, and in Africa more broadly?
I think the challenge for the United States is to make African countries in conflict a net contributor as opposed to a consumer of military resources. What do I mean by that? If you look at a country like Rwanda that had a genocide that wiped out a quarter of the population in 1994, a decade later in 2003 they were sending troops to Darfur, Sudan. A country like Burundi, which in the early 2000s was going through civil war, is now the major contributor to African Union forces in Somalia. So countries like Madagascar, the general aim is to try to build up their security capacity so that they can contribute military forces to international peacekeeping, whether through the United Nations or the African Union. In the particular case of Madagascar, the coup was a bloodless coup in 2009. Again, ExxonMobil was one of the most active U.S. companies in Madagascar, remains so. Seaport Corporation is also. It's important to note that despite the relative instability of Madagascar compared to other countries in southern Africa, because the countries of southern Africa really are the most stable and the most economically vibrant compared to perhaps those in the Horn. But one of the biggest investments in Madagascar is the Kaberuka laterite nickel mine, the $7 billion laterite nickel mine, one of the largest projects in sub-Saharan Africa. And that's just they just began operations a few years ago.
Mr. Wong,
mining.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Mining.
So, Mr. Wong, I wanted to ask you also, since we've got Ambassador Kretz here, any questions you have about Ghana?
Well, I think Ghana is universally hailed by many of its African neighbors as a stable, vibrant, prosperous country. The key to that, obviously, good governance, but I think Ghana is a good model for many of its neighbors.
And if I could ask both of you just to explain to folks watching at home exactly, as the lead American agent in a foreign country, what you do in terms of business development or how you help U.S. businesses abroad and how that factors into to U.S. foreign policy. And I'll ask it to both of you. Ambassador Kretz, if you want to start, please go ahead.
Yeah, commercial diplomacy has been part of the U.S. diplomatic mission now for many, many years. And it is as vital a function for us as is our political work or consular work. So first of all, we have certainly my mission, and I'm sure many of the missions of many of my colleagues, we have an open door policy for business. When American companies come to Ghana, I want them to stop by, I want to talk to them, I want to give them the best, the lay of the land that we have, etc. When they begin some kind of negotiation or whatever, if they run into a problem, we're there to advocate for them. We are very active through our Chamber of Commerce. We try to, if an American company is going to establish a presence in Ghana, we encourage them to join the Chamber of Commerce, and we encourage that organization to act as a body representing the American business community. So we're fully in sync with our commercial partners, and they're an important part of American diplomacy.
Mr. Wong, could you add to that a little bit about how the businesses and having U.S. business in a country affect your ability to negotiate with and discuss and talk with the host government?
Yeah, sure. I mean, there are both formal and informal things the State Department does. So on the formal side, the State Department contributes to a country commercial guide, an investment climate statement. These are documents that are available to the general public, to potential investors. I think more informally, what's probably valuable is connecting potential investors with key government officials, other stakeholders, other business representatives who are already invested in the country. Here in Madagascar, for example, we have a very active American Chamber of Commerce that tries to promote the interests of its members. It's a variety of different things that the government is doing.
Chargé d'Affaires Wong, Ambassador Jean Kretz, thank you both for joining us from the State Department. Really appreciate that. We'll be back on the Bloomberg Google U.S. Africa Business Forum Hangout a little bit later. Thank you both, gentlemen. Welcome back to the Bloomberg Google Hangout. I'm John Allen here at the U.S. Africa Business Forum. We're in the center of the forum with the CEOs, the heads of state, lots of interesting people here, and included in that are two that we have on set. Vanessa Kaichis, the CEO of Columbia Green Technologies, Ahmad Shatila, the CEO of Sun Edison, and joining us remotely from an undisclosed location, well, undisclosed to me anyway, Franny Leotier, the CEO of Makoba Private Equity. Franny, thanks for joining us.
Thank you. It's a pleasure, John.
I'm told you're in Toulouse, France. I should have read my notes. Thank you for joining us. You're in a better place than we are.
Yeah.
I mean, the Africa Summit's good. I think next time they should hold it in Toulouse.
The sun is shining. It's bright. It's very nice and warm here.
Tell me a little bit about the idea behind Makoba, which I understand means big purse. Tell me about your private equity firm and what the idea is there, and how it ties in with green investments and the future of Africa.
Well, in Africa right now, about 80% of the jobs are created by the private sector, and the majority of the private sector is small and medium enterprises, and they are therefore responsible for most of the job creation that we see. So we created this fund to support the growth of small and medium enterprises, because they have a hard time finding capital from banks, because they tend to be quite risky in terms of their appearance to the banks. They don't have very proper accounting. Their business strategies are not always very well thought out. So our fund helps build capacity, supports these companies to have good business strategies, look for new markets, look for mergers and opportunities to work with bigger firms, but also to grow across countries and have a regional business. And our fund also helps them leapfrog technology, using technologies that are better for the environment, particularly in energy and in other production methodologies. And the last area that we focus on is to support companies that are able to impact the food chain and have other value-adding opportunities, particularly in agriculture, because agriculture remains one of the key focus areas for Africa. And so when you link up transportation and logistics, energy, and all the other supporting infrastructure that is needed for a company to succeed, we find ourselves really at the heart of what Africa needs in order to develop and use the private sector to get results.
And Ahmad, you're based in San Francisco in the Bay Area. Curious what in terms of green investing in Africa, what's the best place to do that in terms of region, in terms of particular types of power technology? What's the wave of the future?
Well, let's step back and think about Africa. 900 million people or more, 600 million with no power. So it's a huge opportunity. Where we have been successful in South Africa, and now we are investigating and starting to invest in West Africa, in Senegal, in Ghana, in Nigeria. So that's where we see the business. But frankly speaking, it can be anywhere. It simply can be anywhere.
Is it just that much opportunity?
Huge opportunity.
Antiquated systems that are in other places, they'll skip right over.
That term that Franny just used, leapfrogging.
Leapfrogging, exactly. And they'll do that. They're doing it in mobile. They're going to do it in power. They'll be doing it in the building design when we come in and design new buildings, for example. How do we make sure we develop these buildings and infrastructure, energy plants, grids that have low impact on the environment, but build these great places for people to live and work. So and we need the investment in the finance to be able to put those in places. For the large companies, we go in with companies like Dow to help build it out. But the small...
There are investment opportunities. What do you think is the balance of the future in terms of those extractives? Okay. Both of you, all of you. Franny, you're also welcome to join in as well in the hangout on that question.
So we focus a lot on infrastructure. So what are the pipes to manage water runoff, stormwater? When you build out a city or a building, what are the infrastructure to manage water so that they make smart cities? So we see that from an infrastructure building standpoint, just again, leapfrogging. How about you guys?
Well, first of all, I want to agree with Franny and Vanessa about one thing. Although it goes counter to my business contract that will be billions and billions of dollars. Actually, we were able to spend hundreds of millions of dollars the last 2 years in Africa on infrastructure. So the money's there.
And Franny, I want to ask you about investing in particular through private equity. what kind of metrics are you looking for when you make an investment, and what kind of safeguards are you looking for from a government in terms of not corrupt, in terms of contracts that are stable, in terms of governments that are stable?
Ivory Coast that we are working on. And when you look at these countries, you notice that all of them have had a significant improvement in governance over the last decade. They are also improving in terms of the business climate, particularly around protecting property rights. So these are the things that we look for from government, that when you hold land title, it actually holds. Revenues that come from sustainable cities, for example. So smart cities, sustainable cities using the revenue to do that. But also when you look at the extractive industries themselves, they rely a lot on supply services that are local, and turning the footprint of these supply chain support to extractive industries where they make that valuable, those industries themselves. And we see a lot of mining companies and companies involved in extraction looking for interesting partnerships.
Of the leaders in the Africa friend is saying, at the end of the day, business is easy if we know the rules, and the rules are legal. And I just want to get that sense. Also, I want to see the support of the U.S. government for investments, albeit the support of Exim Bank in the long run, USAID.
From Toulouse, France, thank you so much. And we will be right back with another Bloomberg Google Hangout from the U.S. Africa Business Forum.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
I'm
Thank you
so
very
sorry.
much.
Thank you.
I totally thought We're back at the U.S. Africa Business Forum here in the Nerve Center, the Bloomberg Google Hangout, where we're grabbing CEOs, heads of state, other random passersby to talk with you online. Right now, we're lucky to be joined by folks at home. What's the vibe here in the summit? What have the panels been like so far? What have you learned that's been interesting? I think, Mr. Wang, I'll start with you.
Thank you very much. The last 2 days have been very interesting, where the African business people would like option is taking a back seat. So it's a reality for once.
And Mr. Klein, what are your perceptions so far? Your realities, I should say.
Well, like Dr. Wangi said, I mean, it's all about optimism and excitement about.
In terms of telecommunications, in terms of the infrastructure that's needed for those things and physical infrastructure, but there are a lot of people who don't have access to the internet. Maybe less so to mobile phones. What are the challenges in terms of, I should ask you, particularly with banking, but also with travel, what are the challenges in terms of getting services to consumers?
The challenges with technology that we are replacing. So we are frogging on new technologies and new innovations. And that has put Africa on the edge of innovation. And that's why things like mobile has become very, very a space for innovation in Africa. Africa is focusing on market information, phone, education, and capacity building, again, through the phone as a channel of delivery. So I would say innovation, technology is sitting well with Africa.
And do you think the access is good enough right now?
Access is reasonably good, but can, of course, be better. What we have is basic technology, and as I said, that will provide the front end. So complex systems, particularly analytics, complex simulations on health, complex simulation in engineering, that is the technology that we think America would provide Africa.
And Mr. Klein, what's your take on that in terms of access?
You have to also look for basic access to important services like infrastructure around electricity. That's the first step, and then having the increasing bandwidth and getting to where consumers can do more and more sophisticated things with their mobile devices is an evolution that will happen. And certainly the consumer base and the youth of the continent suggests that, as my colleague here said, suggests that we'll see great adoption and really, again,
it reflects that the barriers that may have been perceived to do with race and all that is behind us. The second one, it demonstrated that the world now plays in the modern world. So that was a huge demonstration of openness between the Black Americans and generally America.
Thank you so much. It's a nice note to end on. Welcome back to the Bloomberg Google Hangout here at the U.S. Africa Business Forum, the Mandarin Hotel in Washington, D.C. We're at the center of the action. We've got CEOs, we've got heads of state, we've got U.S. ambassadors, we've got all kinds of an interesting country in terms of robust economies within Africa. It's certainly growing, I think 6% a year. You see the Nigerian Stock Exchange has been very healthy, I think, over time. And yet at the same time, you see this threat of terrorism, certainly that
economy. With real estate and hospitality, and we invest in energy, that's the power, oil and gas, and fertilizer and coal. I'd like to say that we keep investing in Nigeria. That's one of the investment destinations in our group, for our group. We have investment in 19 African countries. The opportunity, and if you look at the capital markets, the Nigerian capital markets, it keeps growing. You talk of attacks, but it grows bigger. So I would say for investors who are looking to this U.S., we come with confidence and we come with competencies. Competencies and knowledge, confidence born out of our investment track record on the African continent. Take our group, for instance. We have investment in power, and rightly.
So what is attractive about U.S. investment versus Chinese investment in Africa or European investment in Africa? Why, as a business leader in Africa, would you court American companies to come and to partner with?
A couple of points. First is capital investment has no color where the opportunity exists. Almost every young African wants to go on holiday in America. I don't know about the number of African youngsters or parents who want to go on vacation and they plan or think of anywhere else but America or Europe. So that tells you the kind of chemistry, affinity, history that we all both share. That's why we acquired the first power plant. Why we are supporting the initiative. Obama came to Africa, Power Africa, trade, investment, great proposition for defining the relationship between America and Africa. We want to see him push it through this because of investment in Africa, because we have a history that we want to continue to drive.
How long do you think realistically it takes for most Africans, for the large majority of Africans, to have reliable power?
It's going to take time. It's going to take a long time because where we are coming from today, where are we at today? Power plant, just November, 150 megawatts. Today is 453. By November this year, we intend to ramp up to 700 megawatts. In 3 years' time, we want to do 2,000 megawatts. So if every would generate, then we'll be African government also to keep reforming the power sector. We need our regulators in Africa to wear the developmental regulatory mindset, to know that they are not regulators in a mature industry.
Thank you much for joining us. Really appreciate
it. So much, Jonathan. Good to hang out.
We'll be back with the Bloomberg Google Hangout in a few minutes, here from the Mandarin Oriental Hotel and the U.S. Africa Business Forum. See you in a moment. joining us now at the Bloomberg Google Hangout in the middle of the U.S. Africa Business Forum at the Mandarin Hotel in Washington, D.C. We've got Blackstone founder Steve Schwarzman and Aliko Dangote of Dangote Industries here to announce a deal, and also on the Google Hangout, Brian Herlihy from Black Rhino, which is a company that's been formed by Blackstone. We're going to talk about this new deal. Mr. Schwarzman, Mr. Dangote, could you tell me a little bit about this new pact you have in Africa today that you're announcing? Big money.
Well, we think it's reasonably sized money. It's $5 billion, dedicated 50-50 from each of us. Africa, who do electricity, something that's very difficult to comprehend if you're from the developed world. So we formed this partnership because we've done, and Blackstone, about $25 billion of greenfield projects. Aliko Dangote, who you will hear, is perhaps the best known, most successful entrepreneurial businessman on the continent of Africa. And for us, going into Africa alone, we've done one or two major projects, is very difficult without a partner who's one of the most accomplished people with great personal instincts and great credibility, who can help take advantage of these types of opportunities.
What does that mean for hundreds of millions of Africans on a personal level, but even for business? You've been very successful with your business. What does that lack of power mean in terms of trying to get business done?
When you look at it, lack of power, it is something that I think is really very, very critical. There's actually no way for the last decade. Trajectory, it is actually without power. And there is actually no growth without power. Today I gave an example of there are some areas. I know a state, for example, where I come from, we have 32 megawatts to be shared among 20 million people. There's actually no way you can make anything happen with only 32 megawatts in terms of power than anything else. And I think there are quite a lot of issues in terms of infrastructure. In a place like Nigeria, yes, we have potentially 260 trillion cubic feet of gas. But what we have, which is being consumed to generate power, is less than 1 billion cubic feet of gas. So we need to do quite a lot. This investment is going to really help quite a lot. And I'm really very pleased that we have agreed with Blackstone to invest a total of $5 billion, which is between the two of us at 50-50. And I think really this will unleash a lot of growth within the sub-Saharan Africa. It will show a very quick result, and we are very serious and determined to take it to the next level.
What are you looking at for a return on your investment?
Well, I think the kinds of returns for greenfield generally are quite high. They'd be normal private equity type returns. And as to your last question, how much more can you grow if you have power? That most economists would say you could add 200 to 300 basis points, or 2 to 3% to a country's growth rate. So if you're growing at 5.5, that takes you to 7.5 or 8.5, which is an astonishing level of growth. And that's without further innovation in the infrastructure of other parts of the economy, but just from being able to have the right amount of electricity. In certain countries, they brown out. The electricity fails about 50 to 60 days a year. It's really a very difficult way to grow an economy. And they've still grown at 5.5.
Brian, what are you looking at in terms of particular projects? Is this one big project? Are you looking for a variety of different projects to fund here?
Yes, the connection's bad, but we look at the opportunity really in both the power sector and the pipeline sector. You have a huge requirement for fuel supply as well for power, and the gas aggregation opportunity in Nigeria is a tremendous opportunity. You're really seeing a reflection point in Africa where the African markets and the international capital markets are starting to match up in their needs from a risk-reward perspective. And this is really what's letting us partner with excellent people like Aliko Dangote, where we've seen him pave a way and really move from a high-cost capital into the best operating models in the world and become competitive worldwide. We're able to replicate that and follow him on a power perspective as well.
Mr. Dangote, I want to ask you about American investment. This whole conference, the U.S.-Africa Business Forum and the larger summit are about encouraging U.S. investment in Africa. And I want to know why U.S. investment is more attractive, or maybe more attractive than other dollars from China or dollars from Europe or various other places around the world. What's so good about the U.S. dollar or the U.S. investment?
Well, the good thing about U.S. investment is that, you know, they have deep pockets, and I think if they believe in what they are doing, they are comfortable, they will put a lot of money into this sort of process. But I think they are going to bring quite a lot of innovations, training of our people. It's not all about just coming in there to collect our raw materials. Exporting of raw materials does not really add much value. What will help to generate local capacity, to also create wealth, and also to make sure that this, our growth, is sustained. Apart from getting up to 7.5%, it's also going to be sustained for the next decade. I think the American investment will bring quite, it will bring a lot of this thing, where it will create jobs both here, it will create jobs in America, it will create jobs in all the other African countries. So they're bringing quite a lot. But key is that we want to let Americans to understand what is this whole African story is all about. Because the information that they have is not an up-to-date information. And right now, people like, Steve, they have actually 100% believe in African story. And that's why they are partnering with us to put down their $2.5 billion, which are also putting 2.5. That's $5 billion. And this is really one of the largest I've ever had, even myself.
Mr. Schwarzman, do you have any concerns about stability, about some of the problems that have plagued various African nations over time in terms of corruption? We see terrorism, even in Nigeria, one of the strongest economies. We've seen the rise of Boko Haram lately. Why aren't you worried about that risk, or what mitigates your concern about that risk?
Well, I worry about risk all the time. One of the reasons we got from having no assets 29 years ago to having close to $300 billion now is because we worry. And the first rule of investing money is don't lose it. It's great to make a lot, but don't lose it. And each of the issues that you mentioned is a concern. But each of them has to be evaluated in the location where you're operating. Not all places are right for us. Some places are right for us. Sometimes you have to negotiate individual arrangements that take care of some of those risks. So we think there's enough precondition for success in Africa to do this, but it's a reasonably high bar.
What does that mean, the individual things that you have to do to take care of some of the risks?
Well, you have to have certain approaches to rule of law, and those types of things, and protections that go with rule of law are sort of a sine qua non. And sometimes countries are almost there, and you want them to be there. And that's how you attract capital. It's not about us. We're just generic in that sense. And in the evolution of countries, there's a time where they make a decision that, yes, we have to do this, and this is the way, sort of best practices in different parts of the world. And if countries are committed to that, it's a much better and acceptable place to be investing.
And as far as the partnership goes, where do you see, Mr. Dangote, where do you see the thrust of that being? Where do you see, do you have a vision already about where you want to increase power around the continent?
Oh yeah, we do. We already have mapped out some few countries where we're going to invest, and I'm sure these countries, they have quite a lot of deficit. I mean, if you look at today in Nigeria, by fixing the gas infrastructure alone, is going to actually unleash a lot of potential. So, I mean, there's quite a lot. We have that. We are looking at Togo. We are looking at areas in East Africa. The whole of Sub-Saharan Africa will actually, be our key markets, of which we are going to really invest. Mind you, yes, 5 billion sounds quite a lot, but in terms of the deficit in infrastructure, especially in power, is enormous. But we'll try our best, and I'm sure once we see that things are going well, we'll add more money.
You think you'll be able to attract investment from other investors, or are you looking at adding more of your own later on?
Well, at the moment, we have enough resources of our own to do this. But the interesting thing about a place like Africa is if countries have the right preconditions for investment and the returns are right, it's easy to attract large amounts of money. And what's most important is that the early projects have success. If they're successful and you can go to other sources of money, then people are very happy to do that. When it's just in the adventure category, as you can see by the size of some of the funds that have been raised, $500, $700 million in the world that we tend to invest in is not a large fund for an entire continent. You could raise much, much larger amounts of money as soon as people start to be comfortable that this is a safe place that yields very good returns. So this is evolutionary, but capital will show up, and always does, when there's successful investments to be done.
Great. Thank you very much, Steve Schwarzman of Blackstone. Joining us, Brian Herlihy of Black Rhino, and Aliko Dangote of Dangote Industries. Thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate you talking about this huge deal, $5 billion. Now, this is a hangout. We've got folks all over the world here for the U.S. Africa Business Forum. It's being held in the Mandarin Oriental Hotel here in Washington, D.C. But at the Bloomberg Philanthropies Google Hangout, we've got folks joining us from everywhere right here on set. Funke Opeke, who is the CEO of Main One Cable, based in Nigeria. And we're going to be having a discussion about technology and media. Joining us remotely, we have Angelica Harry, who's Youth for Technology, who's involved with Youth for Technology, also in Nigeria. She's joining us from Louisville, Kentucky. We've got Abella Akobi joining us from Washington, D.C. You'll be able to see her in the background. She's with Yahoo Africa. And then as well, Bright Simmons, an entrepreneur from Ghana, joining us, and you'll be able to see him with the flag and the colors behind him. We're going to have a conversation here about technology and media in Africa, and particularly communication. I think I want to talk some about sort of basic communication. We'll start with Funke. Talk to me a little bit about where communication technology is right now, how much people have access to communications, and what your company's trying to do to bring access to more people.
I'd say over the past decade, telecommunications has improved significantly in Africa with liberalization and the entry of new operators into the mobile space. So the explosion in teledensity across the continent from probably less than 1% to close to 70% today is largely driven by mobile. I would believe in most parts of the continent, service is available to citizens within a 30-minute commute time, or perhaps a 1-hour radius if it's not immediately available in the communities. So the dynamic has changed significantly, and communications by mobile is contributing a larger portion of GDP across the continent. The next wave that is just starting, and that Main One, for example, is a part of, is building up the digital infrastructure and making the move to have people online connected with the internet and the digital economy, so to speak. If you look across the continent, access, casual access in some markets approaches 30 or 40%. People who are able to access the internet via their mobile phones or other devices. Access in the home or to individuals on a consistent basis is much lower, less than 10%, and that is an area of opportunity for continued investment and growth that is now starting to take off in Africa.
Bright Simmons, can I ask you a little bit about your entrepreneurship in Ghana and sort of what you see as the future? How long will it take to get folks communicating as effectively and efficiently as you'd like? And also a little bit about, if you can talk a little bit about how young folks in Ghana and other places in Africa communicate most easily, I'd appreciate that.
So we operate out of about 12 countries in Africa and India, and recently also in North Africa. And the primary thing we do is enable consumers, when they buy products, to use their mobile phone to determine if that product is genuine or a knockoff. So we are an anti-knockoff technology company, and we use widely used for medicines in particular, but also some other products like cosmetics. And the reason that we do this is because we have so many products out there that sometimes look like the real thing, but are actually knockoff. And in the case of medicines, they can actually harm people. As some Funke has already mentioned, the massive growth in internet access and obviously mobile access is beginning to have an impact on GDP. So in countries like Kenya, the contribution of internet to the GDP, that's the economic output, is already higher than countries like Canada. Senegal is actually higher than India. It's higher than Germany and France. So this is no longer a matter of the future. It's about now. That is the most fundamental point to take note of. It's about the now. Already, the internet and mobile technologies are transforming societies in Africa in categories like education, health, and the rest of it. As far as young people are concerned, Yes, people have talked about political activism, but I think the most fundamental expression that we are seeing is self-expression. People that are using technologies to participate in the creative sector, etc.
Bella, tell me what you've seen dealing with Yahoo Africa in terms of what the infrastructure is like and how folks communicate across the African continent, where you think the next areas of growth are in terms of digital communication and infrastructure.
Sure. So as part of the policy team at Yahoo, I actually focus more on human rights. And as part of that, we joined an organization called Alliance for an Affordable Internet, because we recognize that there is an issue related to access. I think we all Funke, Bright, have all talked about the issues related to access. And one of the things that we've realized, and one of the things we're working on as part of the Alliance, is to look at there are specific policy issues in different countries that make access a problem. So people think classically about electricity being an issue, and that is an issue, but I think that there are actually very real ways to address the access issue by looking at specific regulations and loosening up some of those regulations and writing different legislation can make access more of a reality across Africa. And that's what we have been focused on. I will also say that focusing on specific technology is also of interest. So how are ways that differences in technology? So for example, as people are creating products or platforms, they're often only creating for a Western market, or they're only creating for a market where broadband access is considered is at a certain level. And one of the things that I think companies can and should be looking at is how to co-create along with people across Africa. So how to create products with the particular difficulties and challenges across developing markets in mind. And I think that looking at both policy and technological fixes will help bring us to a different level in terms of what's available across Africa.
Okay, you were talking earlier before we went on about partnerships. It sounds like what Abella is talking about, at least on the edges, is the idea that you could partner a Western company with an African company that has a better understanding of the rules of the road. What do you think about that? Is that something that is necessary in terms of advancing technology in Africa?
Clearly, I think would result in tremendous leapfrogging. I mean, there's no sense reinventing some of the base technologies. In fact, the opportunity does not exist to reinvent at that level unless you're trying to leapfrog and bring some other newer applications or modifications to what's being done. So yes, there is indeed, with building out the digital infrastructure, the opportunity for American companies help African countries or economies leapfrog in that sense by access to technology, access to skills and know-how to deploy those technologies, and then start building on top of those technologies the applications that are most beneficial to Africans.
Jenica, I wanted to ask you about the way in which young Africans, particularly in Nigeria, where Youth for Africa is based, but I wanted to ask you how young Africans consume information, where they get their news from, how they communicate with each other. Are they using Facebook? Are they using Google Hangouts? Hopefully, what's the mode of communication?
Absolutely, it's everywhere, right? And this is the concept of ubiquitous connectivity, and we have seen over the last decade in particular really an explosive proliferation of applications that are enabling users to go about their daily routines with new ways of knowing, perceiving, and even interacting with the physical world using technology. So the technology of the mobile internet is booming, of course. You know, Africa boasts of close to 700 million mobile subscribers, and that number is constantly increasing. Some economists question whether or not technology can still deliver the kind of wide range, profound impact like the automobile or even the semiconductor units did. But if you really think about it, you know, in 1975, for instance, the price of a supercomputer was somewhere around $5 million for what is today an iPhone 4, that's about $400. So the cost of this technology is coming down very, very much, very significantly. And I'm of the preface that, you know, really to understand the future, you have to look back into history. you look back over the last 2,000 years of human history, one measure of human welfare is gross domestic product per capita. And it's not perfect, but it's a reasonable estimate. And one will see that the period of growth rate has been relatively flat. But what's interesting is that if you look over the same time period, you begin to see the advancements in technology, and you begin to see how these advancements have helped to accelerate GDP. So back in the time of whether, the printing press, you see an increase in human welfare and an improvement in GDP per capita. But in recent times, if you look at whether it's the steam engine, mass production of steel, electricity, the internet, what you see is really a noticeable increase, almost like a hockey stick in gross domestic product per capita, and an increase in human welfare. So this is really remarkable. We truly believe that it's a causal relationship, and this acceleration of technology is causing a demonstrable increase in human welfare. At Youth for Technology Foundation, in all honesty, we believe that access to technology is a basic human right. It should be accessible and affordable by all. Some of the newer technologies, such as 3D printing, have an opportunity to increase revenue by about $550 billion by 2025. So there's a huge opportunity there where young people in Africa can take designed models and actually create physical products for commercialization or just to further their education. So that's a huge opportunity that we at Youth for Technology Foundation continue to look at, and we see young people in Africa in particular with that interest.
Right, Simmons, I think you've heard both Angelica and Ebola say that access is a human right. What do you think about that? Is that among the human rights that you think of first or most important in terms of that broad category?
So in a number of African countries nowadays, there is a huge campaign to promote what is called freedom of information legislation. These are information types that enable people to be able to hold their governments accountable. So to the extent that political accountability, whether in the United States or in Ghana, is considered some kind of a human right, I believe that internet access, given that this type of access is critical nowadays to access information in the right form in order to be able to hold governments to account, etc., is critical. Given that it's critical, I would say that it is indeed a human right. But more than that, you have to also realize that a lot of other welfare functions that have already been mentioned, whether it's in health, whether it's in education or agriculture, are now increasingly dependent on these types of technologies in order to deliver outcomes. So if we want to ensure that people have the right access to healthcare, right access to education, right access to agriculture, certainly they're going to require access to ICTs, and access to technology is going to be quite critical going forward in ensuring that people have the right welfare outcomes.
Bright Simmons, Angelica Harry, Ebola Okobi, and Funke Opeke. Thank you all for joining us on the Google Hangout. We'll be back here in a minute from Bloomberg Philanthropies and Google at the U.S. Africa Business Development Forum, and we'll be back. Joining us now in the Bloomberg Google Hangout at the U.S. Africa Forum, Business Forum, is Secretary Anthony Foxx of the Transportation Department. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
You have recently had 6 transportation ministers from African countries out to a forum in Chicago, I think just within the past week. Yeah. Can you talk to me a little bit about what some of the infrastructure challenges are in Africa and what the U.S. Department of Transportation can do to help with those and to help with U.S. businesses that want to invest in Africa but face some transportation challenges?
Sure. You know, the challenges are many. One of the challenges in some countries is just getting basic infrastructure in place. Road systems, rail systems, even civil aviation systems that we take for granted in the U.S. are still being established in some parts of Africa. But in addition to that, there's also the challenge of interconnectivity between countries in Africa. And in fact, some folks were telling me that it can be cheaper to send goods from one part of Africa to China and have those goods come back as finished products than it would be to ship them even within the continent. And that just shouldn't be. And so there's a lot of opportunity to fix that. At the same time, we at USDOT are going to work with African countries on several fronts. We have ongoing knowledge transfers that we're doing in civil aviation, for instance, to help build up national aviation systems. And we want to expand that to rail, which we hear a lot of interest in, as well as highway technology and infrastructure, and even safety regimes. Our National Highway Traffic Safety Administration is the top of the list in the world on performance of safety. And so we can provide knowledge transfers, and we can also work as a bit of a chamber of commerce for U.S. industries that provide infrastructure support to help U.S. businesses as well as to help build up the infrastructure of Africa.
And you find a lot of eagerness, willingness from African countries to get, and tell me which countries in particular you are getting the eagerness from to get some American know-how, to get American businesses in there and to do the things in their countries that make it easier for American businesses to invest there?
Yeah, I mean, so far I've probably met with 10 or 12 countries, and all of them are interested in the knowledge transfer components. It's actually surprising to see how much U.S. African business there already is. I was with the CEO of Ethiopian Airlines, who's just purchased 10 new Boeing 787s, and they're waiting on the 10th to show up in the next few weeks. And so building on those relationships and creating more opportunities for U.S. businesses can also help Africa.
And is that, I mean, that's interesting that you bring up the Boeing planes being bought, because it seems like that's an area where there's so many pieces of the U.S. government that are involved in terms of aviation. You've got the Transportation Department, the State Department can be involved in those discussions. You've got the Ex-Im Bank, which has been so controversial lately. Why are planes such a big deal? Why is the financing of airplanes such a big deal to the American economy and to investors abroad?
You know, I wouldn't even begin to estimate the number of U.S. workers that go into building something like a 787, but I would put it in the thousands of people. And you think about all the components that go into a product like that, it's a huge job creator. And the reason why airplanes are such a big deal is because airplanes are actually our #1 export. That's the #1 thing on a dollar value basis that we're exporting around the world. And so when we sell 10 787s or what have you, that's creating a huge opportunity for job creation here in the U.S.
And I won't say when you were a young man, because I think you still are a young man, but when you were a young man, you spent some, I will say it, I guess, you spent some time in South Africa, right?
I did.
Have you had a chance to go back recently? What's your perception of the changing face of South Africa in general, and if you've got any other sense of the continent?
Yeah, when I was in South Africa as a college kid, the apartheid had been lifted, but they hadn't transitioned into what they now have, a democratic government in which there's inclusive participation in elections. So that's been a great thing to see happen from afar. I've not been back, and one of the things I'm hoping to do on the heels of this summit is to plan a mission, a transportation mission that would include components of knowledge transfer as well as business opportunity for U.S. firms in the next year, first quarter next year.
Is that specific to South Africa, or you want to go around Africa?
No, want to see other parts of Africa as well, and go where we're already doing things as USDOT, and to help leverage what we're already doing.
So you said that's one of the things you want to do. That's something you're going to do, right?
Yeah, want to do becomes going to do, yeah.
What do you hope to get out of the summit here this week? Obviously, a lot of talk about U.S. investment in Africa. The president announcing $14 billion. We just had Steve Schwarzman of Blackstone and Aliko Dangote of Dangote Industries announcing a $5 billion investment in power. What do you think is the best thing that could come out of this summit?
You know, in my entire lifetime, most of the conversation about Africa has been, in the U.S. at least, focused on aid. You know, what can we do for Africa? Now the conversation is transitioning to what can we do with Africa? You know, the idea that we can forge economic connections that strengthen both sides, I think, is a big psychological transition for both Africa as well as the U.S. And I think this summit's going to be an inflection point in that change of our mentality about Africa.
This is an important moment in President Obama's legacy, and if so, where do you put it in that 8-year tenure?
Yeah, I think it is a huge statement by the president to focus time and attention on this, because, you know, quite frankly, Africa is a part of the world that is rich with opportunity, and for this president to recognize that we can forge economic connections with Africa, that they can strengthen both Africa as well as the U.S., and that we can forge strategic partnerships with nations in Africa, I think is pretty forward thinking, because I see Africa having a long run of growth, and for us to be playing a role there is very important, because we have other competitors around the world, China, India, others that are already in Africa doing a lot of work, and the U.S. should be part of that mix as well.
Secretary Foxx, thank you so much for joining us at the Bloomberg Google Hangout. We'll be right back from the U.S.-Africa Business Forum here at the Mandarin Hotel in Washington, D.C.
honest looking.
Welcome back to the Bloomberg Google Hangout here at the U.S. Africa Business Forum in the Mandarin Hotel in Washington, D.C. I'm joined now by Teppo Makalele from Harith.
Thank you.
And former U.S. Ambassador to South Africa, Don Gipps. I want to talk a little bit about some of the infrastructure problems and challenges.
Continent in terms of actually the majority of the power in Africa is in South Africa. And the problem is because South Africa is industrialized, they're running at peak capacity. So they need to add, and I think even today in the news, there's discussion of allowing private power projects to come in to supplement. I think that will make a huge difference in the ability to add capacity to the grid very quickly in South Africa. And they've done a great job on their renewables program where they've done that already. So I think extending that further will help solve the power issue in South Africa.
And you're involved in some, you manage assets of, I think, 2.5 billion, is that about right?
Infrastructure investments.
All infrastructure investments. Yes. So what's your thinking on that? And where does that power come from for South Africa? And is South Africa the priority, given that it's already so industrialized and there are other parts of the continent that are not?
Look, I think from a getting it done point of view, success point of view, to like cheaper renewable project pro power, that has been good for South Africa.
And it's brought companies from around the world into South Africa to invest.
It has done that very, because if you look at even the whole process, how it was done, it actually won awards. So that is great. But the truth remains that there is still a shortage of power in terms of that. For a long time, there was no sort of new investment in power project. But now this is happening. There are about, I think, two large power projects which are being constructed, each of about 4,000 megawatts. So we know that had the GDP growth could have been about 2 to 3% better had that power been there. So therefore, it's a very expensive power not to have when you don't have it. So,
but picking up on the other point, South Africa has more, it's the rest of the continent that needs the power, and Harith has been at the lead in doing that.
Yeah. Look, I think from the rest of the continent point of view, in terms of, for the next 30 years, you're not going to be able to bring on enough power to address the need out there. And I think that's, even from a commercial
because the explosive growth of population, the explosive growth of the need,
it is just not even there. It's as simple as that. So looking at what, at the rate at which the continent is growing, look at how much power they eat is not there. So therefore, only about 30% have access to solar power. So this power, it's a continent, but also in terms of size, it's the third largest in the world. So therefore, to be bringing, that type of amount of power in the Kenyan economy, that's great. They should do well in that regard.
Just to give you a sense of the scale, Liberia, it's said, I've never seen the actual data, but that when the Dallas Cowboys are playing a game in Dallas Stadium, they use more power than there is in the country of Liberia on grid. So it's a huge opportunity and a challenge at the same time.
Are we going to see this the Grandinga Dam project go forward?
It's a huge project. I think maybe it should be tackled perhaps in this day, which can bring such a big change to the entire continent, to more than 7, 8 countries, and also have enough that you could even export some of the power to south to the market. It therefore those types of ambitious projects can happen.
What is the? Let me ask this whole summit's about U.S. investment in Africa. You've been so successful in getting Africans to invest in Africa. What's been the secret to that success, and how much do you go after external investment in addition to internal investment?
The African capital was at fairly reasonable success with investing in its own infrastructure compared to the rest of the continent. And that has done a great deal of good for it. So therefore, we went to the other African economies and pension funds and said, before you have anybody investing in you, you first need to show that you believe in yourself, that you can take the first steps. And the best capital to do that was the pension funds. You know, they can take a longer term view. And for infrastructure, to build a road, a power project, whatever, you can't do it, you know, with short-term money. You need a longer-term outlook. Mm-hmm. And the first person to do that was like the best source of that capital is the pension funds. It's great returns, but it's also like, you know, meets in with like, you know, what you're trying to achieve in terms of like returns. So that's the way we approached it. But that belief, I think, is now spurring on other entities to now to look at what we, you know, what the African opportunity is. I mean, as I said earlier on, what we saw, I mean, the conversation we had 6 years ago when we started raising the first fund, to the conversation I'm hearing today, I mean, I just think it's great, you know, because it can only mean that another 6 years, I mean, our job should be great.
Well,
go ahead.
I was just going to say, you know, both as ambassador and then now at Albright Stonebridge Group, where I'm working with companies who are trying to figure out Africa and how to, U.S. companies, how do we go into Africa? You know, I heard somebody else say this, so I'm plagiarizing, but they said there are 3 Ps to doing business in Africa. You need patience, because it takes a long time.
It takes a long time.
You need passion, because you got to believe in this to do it. And then you need a plan B. These are new markets, they're developing, things are going to change. I added a 4th P, because I think it's critical. You need the right people and partners. And you need Africans that you're working with if you're going to succeed in doing business. But if you have those 4 Ps, the opportunities are incredible all around the continent.
Can I ask you, you used the word opportunity. I want to talk to you about Africa growth and opportunity. There's going to be, at some point, a reauthorization probably of that trade agreement.
There's issues around poultry. And South Africa needs to do this for itself anyway. How do you make sure that it's as easy for foreign investors to come in and do business as possible? The growth rates in South Africa are not the same as they are on the other parts of the continent. You know, it's a great place to do business. Rule of law is good. It's a great place to live, but they got to make it even easier. And I think then American companies will be 100% supportive of including South Africa in AGOA.
Welcome back to the Bloomberg Google Hangout at the U.S. Africa Business Forum here at the Mandarin Hotel in Washington, D.C. We're joined now by President and CEO of the Export-Import Bank, Fred Hochberg. Thanks for joining us.
Happy to be here.
You have in the title of your job and of your bank, Export-Import, obviously dealing a lot with investment around the world. And this conference has really been about investment rather than aid. I wanted to talk a little bit about what you're doing from the Export-Import Bank in terms of investment in Africa, what companies you're helping get into there, and what you see as the sort of future growth areas in the continent.
Well, the Export-Import Bank of the United States, we've had an emphasis on Africa going back to 1944 with Ethiopia. Congress gave us a mandate to pay particular attention in the late 90s. So we have a few mandates: small business, sub-Saharan Africa, renewable energy. So we have a great focus there. Our portfolio for all of Africa is over about $6.6 billion. And when you consider that about 2%, the Vice President just talked, maybe 2% of U.S. exports go to Africa, we have a much more deeper engagement in Africa in general and sub-Saharan Africa than the exports would suggest. And that makes sense. Credit's a little harder to get. Sometimes it's more difficult to finance, and that's where the Export-Import Bank steps in, financing products and services that have a harder time getting conventional financing.
And how do you make the judgments as to what's going to work and what's not? Because if I'm not mistaken, you guys make revenue for the government.
Right. Well, we were established in the 30s by FDR to say we're going to support more U.S. jobs through exports. So we, like when you get a mortgage, we charge points on a loan that's set by the OECD in Paris, so all countries compete evenly. So we collect set points, and then we will make a government guaranteed loan or guarantee at government guaranteed rates. And that helps facilitate the trade where commercial banks might not go otherwise. They might not go because of the risk. They might not go because they got too much exposure in a certain country or region. So that's where we step in.
Who are some of the companies that have benefited from Export-Import Bank loans and loan guarantees in Africa in recent years? What's the look of the set of companies?
Well, the mix is broad. It of course includes aircraft. Boeing is our largest export, so Boeing aircraft, GE in the power area, locomotives, and small business. We do a lot in small business. We actually established something called Diaspora Forums this year. We launched the first one in Chicago with Mayor Rahm Emanuel, followed up in New York. We're going to do at least 5 of them. We're reaching out to small business owners in America, maybe have friends and family in sub-Saharan
Import Bank for the American taxpayer.
Well, the investment frequently, I'll give you an example. We just approved about $568 million for GE locomotives going to Transnet in South Africa. So it's a large investment in the infrastructure that moves all freight and runs all the ports in sub-Saharan Africa. But the investment consists of actual locomotives that are going to do the work. So a lot of times the investment is in power. We're some of the preeminent power suppliers, whether it's renewable, geothermal, solar, or gas-fired turbines. So we're financing the actual export that frequently provides the infrastructure to make the African economy continue to grow at 5% or even greater levels.
Have you cut any deals since you've been here?
Well, I've calculated a large stack of business cards. I've almost run out of cards. I almost gave out somebody else's card by mistake. So there's a lot of interest. I've met with the president of Gabon, the president of Benin, and a number of other business owners. You mentioned Dangote. I've known him for a number of years. We had dinner together Sunday talking about, he's got a couple of projects on deck that we're going to be available for financing if needed.
Can you talk about those at all?
Well, mostly what we do with the Exim Bank is if you can't obtain conventional financing, we'll be there to make sure. We don't want any U.S. exporter to lose a sale because of financing. If you lose it because of price, value, quality, that's up to the business owner. But if financing is not available, we want to find a way to bridge that gap so we make that sale and support jobs here at home. With Dangote, we've talked about he's building a new refinery and he's looking at a number of U.S. suppliers. And if he needs our financing, we'll of course talk to him.
What does the world look like without the Exim Bank, at least? What does the American commercial outlook look like without it? Because you took the job at a non-controversial agency And suddenly Exim has been on the tips of tongues all over Washington, D.C. in the last couple of years. So what's the world look like without it, or if it's not reauthorized?
Well, it's unilateral disarmament. Every single major industrial, all the G8 countries, there are 59 other export credit agencies around the world. So for us to send American companies, large and small, to sell and compete against those other countries without the potential backing of the Exim Bank makes no sense. We are unilaterally disarming. We're putting our American jobs and American companies at a distinct disadvantage if they're not available. They don't need us on every transaction. They don't need us in every country. But they need to know that we're a backstop, such as during the financial crisis or places like Africa, which are just harder to obtain credit.
And we don't have Congressman Hensarling of Texas on the Google Hangout here. But if we did, what would you say to him?
I would say to him just what we talked about. I have to look at the world. I'm a businessman. I look at the world the way it is and say, what remedy can I provide to make sure that American trade keeps going and we support jobs here at home? I can't imagine a perfect world. I don't know what that perfect world looks like. The world of export is intensely competitive. Governments have a stake in it. As I said, there are 59 other export credit agencies who would like nothing more than to be no U.S. export bank. It would pave the way for their exports and jobs in those countries, and that makes no sense.
One last thing. What do you hope to get from this conference? What do you think is the best outcome of the summit and, of course, today's Big Business Forum?
I think this has been an excellent forum. I think the connections, both the connection with the private sector in the United States, the private and public sector in Africa. We have been engaged in President Obama's program for Power Africa. Of the $7 billion the president announced, 5 of that is financing from Exim Bank. Dangote announced today another $5 billion. The World Bank announced $5 billion. Coca-Cola made an announcement, IBM. We're there to provide the financing to supplement that, to really leverage those investments and make them go further. So I think today, and the world of Exim has come out over and over again so far this morning, hopefully we're making more people aware this is a tool that they can use in the tool chest to further exports and further jobs here at home.
President and CEO of the Export-Import Bank, Fred Hochberg, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for joining us. This is the Bloomberg Google Hangout at the Mandarin Oriental Hotel at the U.S.-Africa Business Forum. We'll see you in a little while. Welcome back to the Bloomberg Google Hangout at the U.S. Africa Business Forum. I'm Jonathan Allen. I'm joined now on set by Susan Mashibe of Via Aviation and by Bobby Pittman of Kupenda Capital. And on remote for our Google Hangout, we've got Anthony Foxx, who is the CEO of Southwest Global. We're going to talk a little bit about entrepreneurs who aren't, and what are the challenges young entrepreneurs?
Okay, so basically, as you mentioned, there's an opportunity in Africa now if you need to set up a business. So basically, you need to first do your homework that separate the successful entrepreneurs and the ones which are not so successful yet. Because if you do it right in Africa, you'll be very successful. Yeah.
We spoke earlier today to Aliko Dangote, and he's a good example of somebody who's been very successful in what he's doing. And Mr. Foxx, what do you think are some of the bigger challenges to getting a company started, set up, and stable? In your company's in Nigeria, so in Nigeria.
A lot of great ideas to work in those companies present a challenge. Also, of course, the environment in which the company operates is also a major challenge because you don't have structures, laws that you can rely on, contracts. You sign a contract, you don't know whether you can protect it in a law in a court. So those are the issues I think that are the major challenges for our businesses in Africa, from my perspective.
And Bobby, in particular, because you used to work as the Africa director at the National Security Council, I'm curious about risk in Africa. And obviously, this is something on a country-by-country basis. Some places are very peaceful and stable and have good governance, and others less so. But we've seen a lot of tumult and turmoil, certainly the Arab Spring in North Africa, and we see what's going on in Nigeria with Boko Haram, various other places around the continent. What are the risks to starting a business in Africa, and particularly? Well, let me just go with that. How much is the risk today versus a few years ago, and what do you think it looks like a few years down the road?
Well, I think as my colleague just mentioned, I mean, risk is the regulatory environment's changing, so I think it's much easier to start a business. I think when you look at someone like Aliko Dangote or even Susan Mashibe, who's with us, I mean, the key trait that all these people have is persistence. And I think that kind of goes above whatever risks are in the market, right? And that's true whether you're in Africa or whether you're in Florida, where I'm from. I mean, you always are going to have, especially as a new business and a small business, you're going to have government hurdles, local government hurdles, lots of changing regulation. You're a small fish, you can't, afford big lobbyists and other types of things. And I think, the common trait with all these successful entrepreneurs is really persistence, and not really listening to a lot of the naysayers and people telling them they can't do it and wait mentality, which I think we see pervasive across the world, inclusive of Africa, where people are kind of waiting for something to happen for their business to happen. And then, people like Susan, who just chart out their course and make their success, and then it's easier for folks like me to come in and invest and provide support to the next level.
And what are you looking at in terms of investments? I'm curious. Which sectors do you say that's the great sector, or that's the great country, that's the place I want to get into next, or which are the ones that are easiest to sell to other investors in terms of raising capital?
Yeah, I think, look, the big markets are always great. I always tell people my top 10 markets in Africa, Nigeria is my first 3. That's a lot of activity, a great market. Tanzania is a market that has been more challenging for some of the large projects, but then you have entrepreneurs like Susan who've been really successful there. So I think, you have to have a mix. I think there's some markets that are easier to sell, the Kenyas of the world, the South Africas of the world, but for entrepreneurs and small business, at least for our team, we really look at the entrepreneur and the person's track record to deliver, and certainly also the business. But I think ultimately entrepreneurs are successful because of the people and the people that drive that success.
Have you invested in Susan's business?
No, we have not, but we've worked with Susan quite a bit over the last couple of years.
So you can have a bilat. I'll leave the room in a minute. Susan, talk to me a little bit about your business, aviation services. It's an interesting idea. How big is it now? Tell the viewers what you do and how big it is now and where you see opportunities for growth.
Okay, so my company, Via Aviation, specializes in providing logistic support for private jets in Africa. it actually, the opportunity is there because now private jets are a necessity in Africa because the airline network is not covering, the coverage of airline is not enough to cover the rest of the continent. So sometimes you have to fly to Europe to come back to Africa. So if you are like Mr. Dangote, to give a good example, he has a corporate jet. He has businesses in different countries of Africa. And so he cannot afford to go to Europe, to go back from Nigeria to go to Europe in order to come back to Tanzania. So he uses corporate jet, and also like foreign, like the oil companies like Chevron and all of those. Also for them to get to these remote locations which are not served by airlines, they need to use their company aircraft to reach to those locations. So for us, we saw the need because the infrastructure. Yeah.
And Anthony, is the best thing that can come out of this U.S.-Africa investment summit going on here in Washington? Obviously, today's the business discussion with the Commerce Department and Bloomberg Philanthropies. What do you think is the best thing that could come out of this for Africa and for the United States?
I think it's the continuous dialogue. In a lot of ways, Africa to North America, because I work out of the U.S. and also out of Africa, there's still that mystery for U.S. businesses for Africa when they look at Africa. So I think these kind of forums are very, very helpful in terms of just opening that dialogue, having the two sides keep talking. Because, you know, Africa is, the opportunities in Africa, I believe, are the greatest anywhere today, on any continent today, because it's still, to a certain extent, a virgin area. I work in the technology industry, and I know that technology in Nigeria is huge and a very on-field space. You know, so I think these kind of events, the dialogue together, is what's greatest about it, opening minds to Africa.
Anthony, thank you so much for joining us. Bobby Pittman, appreciate it. Susan Mashibe, appreciate you joining us. We'll be back a little bit later, live from the Mandarin Oriental Hotel for the U.S.-Africa Business Forum in this Bloomberg Google Hangout. I'm John Allen. See you later.
Thank you.
We're joined by Linus Gitahi of the Nation Media Group in Kenya. I'm John Allen at this Bloomberg Google Hangout at the U.S. Africa Business Forum here in the Mandarin Hotel in Washington, D.C. Linus, I want to talk to you a little bit about what the media look like, in particular in Kenya and across Africa. Give me a sense of the extent to which you have laws that protect the press, or places where it's harder for reporters to really get in and report on their government, report on business?
Yeah, I think media has come a long way in East Africa. And if I may talk about Kenya in particular, media, and by media we're talking about print, we're talking about television, we're talking about radio and digital, which is basically what Nation Media Group is about, has evolved quite a bit in the last 10, 15 years. Today, in terms of media freedom, I would say Kenya is probably one of the best markets in Africa. You know, it's as free can be. That doesn't mean there are no attempts to limit that freedom. You know, I guess the media and politicians who are bedfellows are yet to be born. So what we do is to ensure that we safeguard that freedom, and we realize that the best way of safeguarding that freedom is also to be responsible. So I think we're in an era where we are thinking about responsibility as much as we are thinking about safeguarding the freedom.
And you're going to be partnering with the Bloomberg Media Initiative in Africa. What do you think is the end goal in terms of what can be brought to bear to help media in Africa hold leaders accountable?
Yeah, we have several engagements with the Bloomberg Initiative, and what excites me is their commitment to help to raise the bar in terms of financial journalism, because not all media houses are able to do that on their own. And they have this initiative where they are going to really push the whole reporting about the finance, about companies, about corporates, about economy, about policies related to economy, quite hard. And that's very exciting because really that's the future of Africa. The future of Africa is endowed with lots of resources. Africa has a lot of potential, and through it about 95%. Will be about 50%, and then print, which will be about 40%. So between those three, you reach 100% of Kenyans. And of course, digital is also growing very, very fast. So the whole area of breaking news on the mobile phone is something that has caught on extremely fast.
Yeah. Here too.
Yeah, that's right.
As we're all walking around with our little alerts.
Right, that's right. We're getting all these alerts from even this meeting. Yeah.
How do you see the media growing along with the economic growth in Africa? I mean, obviously there are countries, Kenya, Nigeria, South Africa, that have robust economies now. We're seeing a lot of growth in some of the other countries as well. How do you see the media evolving with that growth, with the business growth, with the economic growth? Do you have concerns about the ability of the media to keep up in terms of keeping transparency standards, keeping leaders accountable, making sure that those dollars that are being spent there are being spent the right way?
Yeah, I don't have any concern about individual media houses growing fast. I don't have a concern about individual media. You can report about South Africa, and we're investing in. As I talked to you today, we have about 32 journalists scattered around Africa. With that in mind, making sure that we tell the African story ourselves, so to make sure that what we're reporting out there is something that we're doing ourselves. How many companies can do that in Africa? Not many. Probably outside Kenya and South Africa, not many. So that's probably a gap, and that is why, again, the initiative like Bloomberg comes to help a great deal.
Can I ask you, when President Obama was elected, what was the coverage like in Kenya?
Oh, it was ecstatic. I mean, everybody was. We even had a holiday. It was. I think every Kenyan, regardless of where you are, tried to follow that, and it was probably one of the biggest news.
Do you think he's fulfilled expectations in Kenya?
Well, I'm not sure. I would say that. I like this initiative, but obviously, don't forget we are still waiting for him to visit. He's not visited. He didn't visit in his first term. He's come to Tanzania and promised that he'll come next door before the end of his presidency. I think he's got 2 years to go, so I'm hoping that he's going to pay a visit. But beyond the visit, I think initiatives like AGOA are there, they're good, but I think they started before his time. So I think it's fair to say we are waiting for a really solid initiative
We're back at the U.S.-Africa Business Forum in the Mandarin Hotel in Washington, D.C. The Bloomberg Google Hangout, joined via remote for this Google Hangout by Isis Madison, who's joining us from Kenya, and also by on set here by Steve Masiwa, the CEO of Econet. We're going to talk a little bit about technology in Africa, in particular, Mr. Masiwa. I wanted to talk to you. You have a telecommunications and broadband firm, and you do a lot of mobile banking. And I'm curious about the number of people who have bank accounts in some of the countries you operate in. Particularly, I know you operate in the southern part of the continent, South Africa, Zimbabwe. What is the proportion of people who have banking now? What did it look like when you first started your business? And where are things headed? Because my impression is there are a lot of folks who don't have basic banking services, or at least historically have not.
Sure. As you know, we are a telecoms group with operations and investments in about 17 African countries. We also have some interests in Latin America and London. But we don't have mobile financial services in all the markets because we do different kinds of businesses. Almost every mobile network operator in Africa now has some kind of mobile banking platform. It is the next big idea that is being rolled out across Africa. And success differs from operator to operator. We haven't had the same level of success in every market. Our Zimbabwean operation has been particularly successful. We're not only doing mobile money transfer, but we're also doing banking. To give you an example, Zimbabwe has 17 commercial banks. And between them, the first commercial bank entered the country about 100 years ago, which is one of the big British banks. So very well established commercial banking sector. But between them, when we set up our system, they had almost 900,000 bank accounts. Our platform now has 1.5 million bank accounts. Now, these are people who operate their bank accounts on their phone. They're able to save money. They're able to do transactions. And they're able to borrow money from us.
So you become the lender?
Yeah, we're just a normal bank in that sense. But it's done on the mobile phone.
And you do funeral and life insurance services as well?
We do all those, yes, in different markets.
You said some of the markets are more successful than the others. You said Zimbabwe was particularly successful. What's the difference? What factors go into whether you have success in being able to build out in a country and get your services to people?
Listen, if I could answer that question, we would take over the whole continent. I can't say to you, even M-Pesa's model in Kenya has not been duplicated by the Vodafone group across the world in the same way. So there are some learnings that we have concluded are part of what needs to be there. We've noticed that it's important that you have a strong agency infrastructure. We noticed that it's important that the tariff system is transparent, that there's great simplicity, and there must be trust of the brand to which the people are coming for their product.
And Isis, if you could talk to me a little bit about the role. You've got some experience with Google and MTV and some other companies that are pretty well known here in the States. Can you talk to me a little bit about the role of technology in integrating the African continent, 54, 55 countries, huge swath of land, and I'm curious to the degree to which modern communication is helping integrate the African continent.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, as you said, I have a background working for some of the largest brands in the world, such as MTV and Google here in Africa over a number of years. And what I've started to see primarily over the last, I'd say, 5 to 7 years is that both with the growth of the mobile phones in addition to the internet, there's just been an explosion of just really people coming online and really kind of starting to get to a critical mass. Well over hundreds of millions of people are actually online now. And so what that's enabled is just a lot more interconnectivity across the continent that wasn't even capable 5 years ago. So this is really a story when you talk about interconnection and interactivity amongst different parts of the continent, because you're correct, it is a huge, in terms of land size, land mass, and lots of different countries, lots of different cultures, that particularly the internet, mostly on mobile phones, is most of the way people are getting online, that people are really able to interact and connect, both from everything from social networking, like everyone does the rest of the world, to online businesses and overall communication.
And do you see, I know in North Africa in particular, as part of the Arab Spring, we saw a lot of the use of mobile technology, a lot of the use of instant communication as a disruptive force in revolutions as part of the Arab Spring. Also, obviously, the ability to get people connected in ways that are, in terms of commerce and other things. Do you generally see it as more of a force that brings people together, as one that's more disruptive? I would ask both of you, the sort of instant communication. Isis, why don't you go first?
Sure. I mean, I'm definitely a bias towards it bringing people together, and I think what I see and what I've experienced over my career has been just a growth in participation, right? So technology enables a lot more people to participate in conversations and to engage leaders, engage government, whether at the county level or at the, at a high level. So you see real engagement happening in countries like Kenya, which cities like Nairobi, people are very engaged in Twitter, and a lot of the leaders are held more accountable because there is more access and ways to engage. So I'm definitely of the bringing people together, having more conversation and more dialogue is what this technology enables and is only increasing.
So I actually want to ask you a more specific question about that, which is, you told me earlier that you work with the Holocaust Museum here in Washington, D.C., and I wonder what impact you think mobile technology, mobile communication would have in the prevention of genocide. I know that's an issue that you care about and work on, and I wonder if the ability to instantly send images, the ability to instantly communicate is a force that could work against genocides, either a repeat of the Holocaust or what happened in Rwanda a couple of decades ago in Africa. What's your thought on that?
Jonathan, technology is a tool. It's an instrument. You can use an axe for good. You can use an axe for destructive purposes. When radio was invented in the 1930s, people thought radio would bring enlightenment, education. Hitler took it and used it for propaganda. We face the same forces of evil today. Internet is the greatest invention in the modern time. It's an invention which can be used for extraordinary good. But there are also groups out there, as you know, who go online to do heinous things, to attack children, pornography, and other things. Today's jihadists are using the internet in the most heinous ways. So what is important when is for the good people to try and use technology for as much to win against evil. But in the end, it's about people.
The technology doesn't have morality, but we do.
We do.
So coming to this U.S.-Africa Business Forum, what do you think is the takeaway from this day of speeches and discussions and bilateral conversations and investment? What's the big takeaway from this? Is this a step in a long road? Is this a watershed moment for the U.S. relationship with Africa?
Look, it is a watershed moment. You've coined the right phrase, so let us use that. It is a watershed moment. I participated in President Obama's visit to Africa when we had the CEOs Forum, where he met with a group of about 12 CEOs. And we talked for maybe 90 minutes. And he talked about the need for a summit of this nature and that we would be invited together with the political leaders to discuss. I think the watershed moment is a new chapter in a long relationship. Africa and the United States have a long relationship. We know each other well. Our children come to school here. Many of us are educated here. So but this has been an area of our relationship that has been neglected, our trade and investment with one another. But you have always been great neighbors to us. In times of when we needed a hand up, we always knew that America would be there. But now we need a handshake for business, to extend that metaphor. So if you only need to look at I wouldn't say the quality, but the caliber of the business leaders that are here, particularly when you look at your household names in the United States. Look who's here. I'd say this is a herd of elephants. So it shows you that it's not just political. Business is ahead of what politics in America may be seeing in Africa. Your IBMs and your GEs already know that Africa is open for business. There's no one in here asking questions about, are you open for business? I did a panel discussion yesterday with the GE guys, and they've doubled their order book in some 18 months. So it's good business for all of us.
A lot of consumers.
Absolutely.
Well, Strive Masiwa, thank you so much for joining us. Isis Madison, really appreciate you coming in remotely. This is the Bloomberg Google Hangout. We'll be right back momentarily from the U.S. Africa Business Forum here at the Mandarin Hotel in Washington, D.C. And joining us now, fresh from his chat with President Barack Obama, is Tekundo Chinganzo.
Yes.
He was with us earlier today. You got to interview President Obama. Not everybody gets to do that. You asked him about Zimbabwe and sanctions in Zimbabwe.
Yes.
He said that that he's not ready to lift sanctions, essentially because there have been some undemocratic acts from the Zimbabwean leaders. What did you take away from your interview with him?
So I'm happy that the president opened up that platform to dialogue a bit further, because I believe that in as much as this is a political issue, it should not hamper business, and which is what is happening right now. Zimbabwean businesses are failing to, really engage with American businesses, which is what, this whole summit was about, really. That conversation, the mutual growth of the two economies. And so I'm hoping that in the discussion that is going to follow, we're really going to drive home and figure out how best we can have the whole issue be addressed properly, whether it's as effective as they might like to think about it, and to make sure that the average Zimbabwean, the Zimbabwean who's striving to do business, to create an income, to innovate in society, gets the opportunity to do so and to network with other like-minded business entities in the U.S. and other countries.
How was President Obama versus what your expectation was?
President Obama is a phenomenal speaker. He's always very composed. He creates an atmosphere where you can really, converse and talk about the issues that are pertinent to the conversation. It was amazing. It was a great opportunity, and I hope to keep on, conversing with people who are bringing change in society.
And who's the first person you're going to tell about it when you get home, or on the phone?
So I just spoke to my co-founder, Jabulani Mpofu. We're co-founding SciSci, and I was telling him about the progress that we've made, issues to do with investment in SciSci, because now we're at that stage where we want to roll out our network and really make sure that we are bringing people online. So he's the first person that I spoke to on the phone.
Any family you're going to talk to about it?
Yeah, so everyone is at home. We're hopefully watching the interview. And so I think just now I'm going to call and talk to everyone, my parents, my brother Tanaka, and all those other guys. But everyone is really excited, as am I.
Have you been able, during this conference, to recruit any investment?
So yes, I can safely say so. Right, because we're still in dialogue. But the team is actually going to be pitching, as I had said, in Nigeria at Demo Africa this year. And so that's where we're really hoping to get the investment that we're looking for. But then my activities here were not just limited to investment for SciSci. I'm working with so many other startups in Zimbabwe who have brilliant ideas. We're just co-founding a hub called Sky Hub. And so all the investors, people I've talked to, the investment that I'm looking for is also on their part to make sure that they get their products to market and we can together revolutionize, our economies in Zimbabwe and across Africa.
I imagine that after sharing a stage with President Obama, you will not have trouble recruiting investment. That suddenly you've become one of the more famous people back home in an instant.
I hope so. I hope so very much. It's not like we're sitting. We've already started doing stuff. We didn't get the initial investment that we were looking for months back, so we've been bootstrapping all the way. And so I hope they can really see that we're serious about what we're doing. We really want to bring internet to everybody in a sustainable and profitable manner.
The image should help.
It definitely does. No, it definitely does. That's very true. It does.
What would you have asked President Obama if you weren't being recorded? If you had a moment alone with him, what would you have asked him?
So people always talk about how they understand how hard it is to be an entrepreneur. I would have really hoped, given the time and the space to talk to him, to help him understand how difficult really it is to be a startup, to be an entrepreneur in Africa. How we're passionate about innovation, how we know the solutions that we need in Africa, but because it usually entails technology and concepts that are new to the market, they usually don't see the light of day. So given the opportunity, I would have really tried to make him understand, to go through the process of actually starting up, hoping that from there, the investments that we're talking about, the deals and all that were announced today, would then also be tailored to really address the entrepreneur in Africa.
Tekundo Chinganzo, thank you for joining us a second time. Really appreciate it. Fresh off your interview with President Obama.
Yeah.
I hope this was at least the second best interview you did today.
No, it was, definitely. I enjoyed being here in the set with you.
Thank you very much. This is the Bloomberg Google Hangout from the Mandarin Hotel in Washington, D.C. at the Africa U.S. Business Forum. We'll be right back with another interview soon. And joining us now from the Bloomberg Google Hangout at the U.S. Africa Business Forum is Secretary of Commerce, Penny Pritzker. You are the organizer of this along with Bloomberg Philanthropies. I got to tell you, the end of the day, congratulations. You made it. You look energetic. I don't know how you do it, but I want to know, what was the highlight today for you?
Well, first of all, partnering with Michael Bloomberg is a real highlight. He is terrific, and they've been extraordinary partners. You know what the highlight is? First of all, you get 51 heads of state in a room with 100 American business leaders and 100 African business leaders. And frankly, you feed them a little bit, and you're nice, and you offer up, and they just do business. It's so exciting. And the highlight, what's come out of this is enormous enthusiasm, great relationships. The president announced $14 billion of deals, and I think that is just the beginning. I think the other thing that's come out of this is a recognition by many, many people about the opportunity that exists in Africa today.
And so basically a little nosh and a lot of cash.
You know what, a little nosh and a lot of business activity. It's exciting.
So I want to know the Commerce Department's role. Tell me a little bit about what Commerce does in terms of laying the groundwork for American businesses to get engaged in other countries, in terms of easing barriers for U.S. businesses, because I think that's a story that doesn't often get told.
Well, let me tell you I think one of the best kept secrets in America, and something though that ought to be taken advantage of by any entrepreneur, any business leader, is our U.S. Export Assistance Centers. We have 100 centers around the United States that are run by the Commerce Department that help American businesses identify where in the world their products are competitive. And then we have foreign commercial service officers in 75 countries around the world that help American businesses navigate opportunity, finding you a partner or a distributor, or help you with financing, or navigate a challenge. And then we are here at the headquarters are focused on trying to then, if there are larger barriers, negotiating directly with the other ministers about larger barriers. It's really exciting what's happening in Africa. We're expanding, we're doubling the size of our footprint in Africa because there's so much business opportunity. And my hope is, I've met with a number of leaders over the last couple of days. They are so excited to have more American business presence. They like the way we do business. They like the fact that we respect rule of law. They like the fact that we're transparent. They like the fact that we respect the labor force, that we train our labor force. They like the fact that our businesses invest in the communities where they do business. Now, on the flip side, I'll tell you something else that I think is really exciting. Today, our exports to Africa support 250,000 American jobs. So every day, 250,000 Americans get up in the morning and go to work, and their job is supported by something that's being sold to somebody in Africa, which is pretty exciting. But there's so much more to do. I think we're at the beginning of a great opportunity, and that's what today has been about.
We've heard that the Treasury Department's looking at whether the president has the ability to basically stop corporate inversion, and I wonder about that, if there are any concerns about companies investing overseas and then keeping the profits over there. Do you worry about that at all? Is there anything you do to encourage them to bring profits back in?
I think that, look, this administration is very much in favor of corporate tax reform, as are most corporations. They recognize that the incentives set up by our tax structure don't make sense as it is. And so we need that kind of reform. But until there's reform, the laws are in place, and so companies are doing what they're doing.
And I want to know a little bit about the way that you work with other government agencies, because I know that the State Department is involved to some degree in terms of engaging businesses overseas. Ex-Im Bank's obviously involved in loans and loan guarantees. Can you talk a little bit about the whole of what the U.S. government does in terms of encouraging U.S. investment, particularly in Africa?
Sure. Well, I have the honor, and I'm humbled by the honor, of being the chief commercial advocate for American business, and that's what the president asked me to do. He said, I want you to come into this job, I want you to build a bridge with the business community, I want you to make sure that the voice of business is heard in my administration, and I want you to go out and be the chief commercial advocate for American business domestically and around the world. And so that's, I get to play this kind of lead role in helping economic growth for the benefit of Americans to create jobs here. It's very exciting to do it. Now, we work in partnership, as you referenced, so we work closely with the Exim Bank on various financings. We run something called the Advocacy Center. So if you're a U.S. company and you're competing for business outside the United States, we bring a whole of government approach. We coordinate all the various members of the cabinet and all the way up to the president in terms of advocating on behalf of your winning that business. So we bring, we play a coordinating role and try and use the best, bring a whole of government approach to helping American businesses around the world. It's fun and it's exciting, and frankly, as I go have the privilege of traveling on behalf of American business around the world, there's a lot of opportunity. Governments want us there. The business executives want us there. Other leaders want us all over the world, and particularly in Africa. And you're seeing it here at this summit. It's very exciting.
How does our investment in Africa affect our national security and foreign policy goals?
It improves our national security, because I'm a fundamental believer that if we have economic relationships, then we're going to figure out, if we have differences on a national security, we're going to figure it out because we have deep ties. And I've had multiple leaders around the world say that to me. So it's an important component of our diplomatic strategic relationships that we also lever our economic relationships.
Now, you've been at this all day today, and obviously for days and weeks and months. Aside from the end of the day here in a moment, what was your favorite part of today? What do you take away? What do you think is the big takeaway from this business forum today? And can you put it in context of, you said the U.S. is engaging in investing more in Africa. I think we're going from 1% to 2% of our foreign direct investment, a doubling, which is a lot, but also it seems like there might be more room.
Oh, there's a lot more room. I think the thing that was most exciting to me today is that while $14 billion is, to me, a very large number, that there's so much more to be done, and we've only just begun. And what has been really, I'm all about the specifics. In other words, and what I've heard from government leaders is they're giving us lists of opportunities and asking us in all these different sectors, please bring your American businesses to our country, introduce us. We want to do business with them. And you know why that's great? That's going to help America prosper. That's going to help create jobs in the United States. And that's something that makes me very excited.
Well, congratulations on a long day successfully pulled off. I think most of the folks are going out of the hotel, some of them going to a state dinner tonight. Really appreciate you joining us here, and still dynamic after all these hours.
Well,
so
you know what? You've had a long day as well, and you're dynamic as well, so this has been lots of fun, and thank you for having me.
Secretary of Commerce Penny Pritzker, thank you all for joining us on the Bloomberg Google Hangout at the U.S. Africa Business Forum in the Mandarin Hotel in Washington, D.C.